The fuck is that noise? Not me.
You know, or are you still?
Oh, it's that fucking nutcase. That your boyfriend behind you in the picture?
Yes.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. You've become a troll, Ray. You've become a troll boy.
Well, D-Beck, you always, you know, you're like a little coward. Anytime I've ever seen you argue with anybody, you always run away like a little coward.
No, I'm quite big, and I'm certainly no coward, Ray, but when you come out with that shit in the hangout, you're one sick cunt of an arsewipe.
I hope all Scots aren't like you. They can't be, but you certainly are a coward.
All American damn sick arsewipes like you, Ray, you know.
Every time I've seen somebody say something to you and you take it wrong, you run away like a little pussy, man.
Well, if I start calling you a paedophiliac, you're going to take it wrong, you sick little fuck.
You must be just an old fucking fat piece of shit, man. I bet you're like 70-year-old pile of shit.
Fucking ashamed of you. You're a little piece of shit, Ray.
You're a fucking pussy, man. One punch, you'd be on the ground crying like a baby. You're a fucking pussy.
You've no imagination. You've no fucking imagination. You get jealous when the girls have a laugh. You just can't come out with an original fucking line with your stupid fucking brain, can you? You get consequences for what you type, you little prick.
You're a pussy. You're a pussy. Maybe you weren't a pussy when you were younger. But I tell you, man, you're old and you're a fucking pussy now.
I've been sick little bastards like you all my fucking life, Ray.
You're just a fucking pussy, dude.
Yellow-bellied little piece of fucking shit, Ray. That's what you are.
You're just a big pussy, man.
You can't even explain what you fucking type, you sick little bastard, can you?
I bet you anything you're 70-something, man. You're probably just a big fat tub of lard.
I'm 120, you dopey fucking retard.
You're a retard. You crack me up, man. You are a fucking retard, D-Beck.
You cracking me up, man. Are you on drugs?
You're just a big, fat, stupid fucker, man. That's all you are. Just a big, stupid fucker.
How many fucking drugs are you on, eh? Go get a fucking job.
You're 70-something years old, man. You're a fucking pussy.
One
punch from you, you'd be fucking gagged.
Job. Don't live off the welfare state all your life, you sick
little wet
bastard.
paper sack, you fucking pussy.
Get a fucking job, you hobo.
You're just a fucking pussy, man.
A pussy. You're just
in
a
American
pussy.
life.
You're a pussy 2 times over. You're a bigger pussy than me, you pussy. Fuck me, you bore my fucking tits
ground
off,
gagging like a fucking baby. You're probably ready to
You're fucking crying, boy. You're fucking crying.
Coward. You're just a baby, man.
Shit. Yeah. You're just a baby, man. We'll take some drugs,
because you're fucking a afraid
Go
because
take some drugs, Ray. Forget about your sad fucking life. Go take some drugs.
Fucking fucking fuck. Yeah, fat fuck.
Yeah, fat fuck.
Plus,
Is that it? Is that all you got?
shit.
Is that all you can think of?
When I look at you, yeah, I'm looking. I see it's a little fucking
Yeah, at least you
man.
can see my fucking face,
shit.
you acne-ridden fucking homo. Go find some more gay pictures.
Let me speak. That's what the
Go find
giveaway.
some more gay videos, Ray. Some more gay videos of guys jerking himself off.
I just want to let you know. And you fucking man, you're a fucking fat piece of shit.
Ray, you've never fucking
You
met a man in your
couldn't
fucking
even run
sad
without
life.
fucking wrinkled up piece of shit, D-bag.
Met a man and a fucking man hasn't brought you up, you sad
Queer
fuck.
too. Queer shit, man. Fucking queer Scotch faggot.
Is that it, boy? Is that all you got, boy?
Shit. Say that to
Is
my
that
face, you'd be
pussy
fucking
empty,
crying,
boy?
you piece of shit.
You're firing blanks,
To my face,
boy.
you fucking
You're firing blanks, boy.
pussy. Computer, you're just a fucking cunt, man.
You're still
Pussy.
firing blanks, boy. Use your imagination. What's made your life so fucking sad, Ray, eh? Go get some skills. Get yourself a job, boy.
You're just a pussy.
I think you've said that 20 times, Ray. Come up with something fucking original.
Fucking piece of shit. It's way out of a wet pan. Your days are long gone, man.
Hey, yeah, but they've been good fucking days, boy, unlike yours.
Yeah, good days, I'm sure. Fucking your goats
Go read
and
the Walmart
screwing
skip,
your
Ray.
fucking sheep.
Go read another Walmart skip. See what you can find.
Fucking queerback. All those people saying shit about you, I wouldn't doubt it if it's true, man. You got some kind of issue.
Oh, got lots of issues.
You're so full of shit. You're probably a big tub of lard.
Well, you can see my picture. We haven't seen yours, Hoodie, have we?
Is that
What does that
picture
hood picture hide? What does that hood picture hide, Ray?
20-year piece of shit?
I can't see you. Up for your little LP cover there, whatever it is.
Stocky little piece of shit. What was that? Like it's something you old fucking tub of lard.
Yeah, still boring, still boring. Boring.
Hardly wiped
Just
your
as
ass.
boring in voice as you are on the Hangout, Ray.
Fat
Just
fuck.
as fucking boring. That's a nice hat,
Fucking
Jose.
pussy.
You know connection, Jose, no? Nah.
Yeah.
Well, let this
You
little hobo boy rant on with
come to a
his
fucking
shit.
gagging on the ground like a fucking tub.
Yeah, you've never had a fight in your fucking life, you homo.
Fucking queer fucker, man. Gay fucking pictures. Fucking queer too, man. Fucking old fucking fat fuck tub of lard queer, man.
Oh,
You ever
no,
been called a
yeah, you're boring, Ray. You're boring. You come out with the same fucking shit over and over. You're just as boring on here as you are on the fucking hangout. You can bore a hole in a wall just by fucking talking to
it. Because he's a fucking pussy.
Yeah, now you sound like a fucking Dalek. You just here for the show, Jose? Have you got a connection or what? Ooh, big fart. Oh yeah, bath cam. Might have bath cam here. Nope.
You're a pussy, man. Easy too, fucker. Type Kareem, yeah, man.
Anyone gonna?
Yeah, man.
Sure,
flower power, man. Flower power, man.
Anyone gonna unhide me?
Yeah, on hidden.
Right, okay. Right, have you managed to sort things out with Ray now?
Nah, he's come in and shut off his gob, fucking talking shit.
On.
Right,
Hey,
well, it had nothing to do with me. Ray, hang on a minute. Ray messaged me and asked me to add into the hangout. I don't know what had gone on or what was said because
yeah, we already sorted that. We're over it all again.
No, I'm just saying I didn't know because I didn't see what was read because the fucking white was shit.
And you should be ready.
I've got a shit signal.
Hello guys, are we still
Ryder, are you ready to go?
Yeah, he's come out with his Dalek voice, just various abuse, talking shit, boring as fuck.
Do you not think we can sort this out in about 10 minutes?
Yeah,
you say the same old shit, man. You're like a broken record.
Skinny fucking
you expect everybody to think, oh man, D-Beck is so cool. Well, I got news for you, man. You're a fucking goofball. You're a fucking pussy, man. That's all you are.
Why is that? Why is that?
Laughs at their own jokes every time they speak. Has an issue.
I was laughing at you. Dave just said we could sort this out in 10 minutes. I could sort it out in fucking 10 seconds and get hold of your skinny little acne-ridden fucking
neck. I didn't mean that. I mean, if you talk to each other like fucking adults instead of this crap.
You notice every time D-Beck says something, he laughs at his own jokes. Every single time.
You've seen me, Ray. D-Beck roaring at each other, right? And within 10 minutes, we're fucking pals again. You've heard me and D-Beck roaring at each other, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And within about 10 fucking minutes, we're pals again. So why the hell can you not do that? And D-Beck, I'm saying that to you as well. Why the hell can you not do that?
I got to spend 10 minutes talking to this piece of fucking teacher. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh,
D-Beck, as far as
D-Beck laughs at his own jokes.
Can you stop presenting me?
Yeah. As far as you know, right, shit was all done well. All I did was add Ray to hang out because he asked me to add him back, and that was all I did. I don't know what was said. It had nothing to do with me.
Well,
I didn't see any of it.
Well, I sent you a message to what was said. Didn't you read it?
And how could I bloody read it? I was having shit with the Wi-Fi. I just told you that.
I'll tell you now then, and then you'll know. They called me a pedo. So a sniped a little prick. There you go.
Don't be calling people a pedo, right? Because I've actually worked with people who've been, molested and all that by pedos as kids. Don't be joking about stuff like that. It's not funny. How would you like it if somebody called you a pedo? It's not on. Don't do it. And as for anybody else who's posting gay shit, right? My sister is a lesbian, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm very, very happy with that. If that's what she wants to be, then I accept it and support her all the way. And if anybody else has got a problem with gay people, you know, they should come right out and say it. Because I think if you have got a problem with gay people, you know, you're pretty, well, you know, you're pretty judgmental and nasty. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
I
thought I don't have an issue with people being who they want to be. I'm not gay. I don't have any problem with people being gay. Just I thought it was kind of weird that D-Beck posted a close-up picture of some anus on there, and it just blew me away, man. That's what changed my mind about him.
Yeah, but you seem to forget.
He won't even let me speak.
You seem to forget,
He's that shocked.
little bastard.
He won't even let me speak.
Little bastard.
He won't even let me speak.
One picture.
He won't even let me speak.
Mentions one picture that I
he
posted.
Won't even let me speak.
With an arrow on it, pointing to a fucking pile.
See, once
he
posted that picture,
and
it
2
just
weeks
changed
before
my whole
that,
outlook.
him and
Who
Tommy
in their right mind would post a picture like that to a hangout?
Himself off, and he fucking
listen to him now trying to cover it up
over one fucking picture. This is how sick these bastards are. Yeah, they'll post pornography for 2 fucking weeks to a point where Amando has to fucking warn them.
Try to cover himself up.
And this little prick mentions one fucking picture.
You should be ashamed of yourself, D-Beck. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Little pieces of shit.
I don't get that. Why should he be ashamed of himself? He was posting the picture.
Well, he posted a picture. He posted a picture online of some guy's anus, a close-up of a guy's anus.
You couldn't even.
He should be ashamed of himself.
Picture of an anus. I posted a medical picture of an anus with an arrow pointing to a pile. It was a medical picture. You little lying fucking bastard, posted gay pornography.
You couldn't even.
Not once. Fucking dozens of times.
See, listen to him try to cover up himself and make up lies. This is why I'm having a problem with him, Sean.
I'm not covering it up. I did post that picture. I'll fucking admit
He's interrupting because he won't let other people talk.
Pornography, have you?
He's so ashamed of himself. Listen to what he's saying.
You little bastard.
Listen to what he's saying. He's so ashamed of his behavior. He's making it seem. I've never posted
when
anything.
When they go down that line, they won't stop. The next thing you do is start abusing your family.
And he won't let anybody else talk because he's so ashamed of himself. No one else get a word in because he's ashamed of himself. He's a sick fucker.
You won't talk over me, you fucking sick little bastard. I'll talk over you, boy.
Stop posting gay photos and pictures of asses and that. Why don't we all...
That's what they've been doing for weeks. I posted fucking one fucking picture I posted. Them 2 bastards have been doing it for weeks. Amando's been warning them for fucking weeks.
Making it all up.
That is what
D-Beck posts a picture of some guy's anus.
One picture, you little prick. One fucking picture, you little fucking homo. You've been doing it for fucking weeks. Weeks you've been doing it for it, and everybody here has seen it. But they're all two-faced to fucking call you on it.
The guy should be ashamed of himself. He should be incarcerated for showing shit like that. How in the hell did he even get a picture like that? What did he Google? What the hell did he Google?
I'll call you on it.
He won't even let me get a word in edgewise. He's so ashamed. Listen to him. Everyone listen back.
Day after day, you do it, boy. Day after day. And I won't be two-faced enough not to fucking call you on it.
Oh, I give up with you lot. I give up.
Yeah, I give up too.
Sean, don't mix me with these fuckers.
I give up
Don't associate me with these fuckers.
Beck, I thought we ironed this out between you and I. Why you keep on associating me with that shit?
Oh, go in there.
I'm calling people for what they did. I know what people did. I know what they posted on the Hangout. Nobody else says a fucking thing.
All right, okay, whatever you feel.
Everybody, this little prick mentions one fucking picture.
You and I just had a discussion
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
How about everybody just stop?
Bastard drags it on and on and on and on and on.
Why do you feel like you have to keep on calling me these fuckers then?
Well, as far as the gay porn goes, it was both of you. Yeah. Well, there was 4 of you doing it.
Oh my God. Okay. All right, Beck. You're
I've also told somebody I signed out twice. I left the stream twice. Was re-added twice.
Okay. You are the innocent one.
I'm not saying I'm innocent. I won't post fucking homo fucking videos all fucking night.
But don't be call me these fuckers. I mean, come on. I thought we had
it's not going to stop. But people will still send gay pics or whatever. It's not going to stop. You know that yourself. It's not going to stop. People will send them. They always do.
Just stop posting shit in the hangouts.
Yeah, I know. I know, I totally agree with you, and I'm posting that sort of fucking discussion.
Stop.
But it won't stop.
Hey,
it won't stop. You know that?
Just stop posting this, all the photos and that. That's the only way to stop the argument.
And that's the discussion Beck and I had. No more posting this kind of crap because it gets bent out of shape. Fine. Okay, done with it.
You need to have a word with Anders as well, mate. You need to have a word with Anders as well, then, because it's him that's the fucking worst of the lot.
Oh, come on, David. I told you to stay out of the fray, David. This is between...
Because you're not at the bottom end, Tom. You're not... and I'm not... And it's got fuck all to do with me. I get sent fucking some horrible shit.
David,
come on, man.
Just shut the fuck up. This is between Beck, me, and Ray. And to a certain extent, Sean, too. But I've got on record right now on saying that I will never, ever, ever post any sort of like circumstantial kind of gay shit. And I will never stand up. I will never go along with anybody calling anybody a pedophile. So that's my position right now. Now, you guys do what the fuck you want.
Yeah, I don't really want to say any more on the subject because I'm in the company of people, and there's a lot of people around me at the moment. But everyone stop posting the stuff, then it stops movements then, doesn't it? And what did you say, Beck?
I just said I could hear them in the background there.
Here he goes with the sheep.
Shut up, you jockstrap. You calling me a sheepshagger? You're just jealous, you are. Look, you're just jealous because you were one as long as people I was. You are jealous.
David got a sheep noise.
Look at me. I'm drinking cider now. You lot got me on the booze again.
You at Wetherspoons? I
am now, because they got a better Wi-Fi connection, and I'm running out of mobile data on my phone.
Well, you're about to get 45 minutes, or maybe 4 hours, buddy, talking about Trump.
And as for the English, Beck, I don't want to be with the English at all. But I don't want to be with Europe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but as I said a few weeks ago, you'll be sailing off into the sunset with England while we remain in Europe.
You'll remain in Europe, yeah, but when the EU falls apart, you lot will be on your own.
I won't follow.
Can't come running back to it.
Who's getting stronger? 7 million people.
Whatever. Don't care. Right? They had the vote. Right? Brexit is Brexit. They had the vote. Nothing you can do about it. You've just got to lap it up now and get on with it.
Yeah, but we'll do it within Europe because we already dominate the Western economy in Europe. So we're doing that.
Real Europe, I don't give a toss, right? I do not give a toss, right? Our men never fought on the battlefield, right?
Oh, God.
Hand our country over to the Europeans.
Yeah, well,
We never fought for that.
fathers, brothers never fought to let the Tories take over and destroy everything that took 20 years to build.
But he's bollocks to the Tories. They'll be out anyway in a couple of years, so don't even worry about the Tories.
There's going to be an election next month and we're back in for another 5 years.
Well,
The Tories will win by a fucking mile.
our boys,
The Tories will win by a mile. Labour's a fucking joke.
right? No, our boys never fought. Right? Our boys never fought, right? Just so that we could give this country over to Europe, right? Our boys didn't fight.
The European Parliament.
Yeah, our boys didn't fight for that. We fought for an independent Britain. Just remember that.
Yeah, we also fought through the unions for workers' rights, minimum wages, working hours, the health service,
I know.
programs to help the mentally ill.
Talking to somebody.
I'm up on the Taiwan. One side life and one is fire.
The Tories in the next 5 years.
Circus game for you.
Privatise the NHS.
You guys should know
I'm
that.
up on
It's
the
not
Taiwan.
geography. It has to do with economy.
One side life and a funeral.
One at a time, please.
To give our country to Europe. Our boys never fought for that. We fought for our independence. And we didn't fight to give
White seems to be the only place for me.
You know what they fought for?
Comedy.
A new world
Ran
order.
and set it from me.
You know exactly what they
Like a rubber made Jarrell.
in the Middle East.
Grandfather suffered for years in the steel industry, trying to get decent wage, build up unions, all being ripped apart now for the Tories.
What,
Yeah,
what the fuck are Tories?
pull your finger
Tories
out.
are the conservatives.
The Tories, the Conservative
government.
Oh, okay.
right?
For the 2% in London, they're going to privatise NHS, they're going to increase the working week, scrap the living wage.
I didn't even vote Tories. Shut up, now. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but you're going to get them. You're going to get them anyway.
Whatever. We'll see.
Must admit, Shan, the Labour Party's a fucking mess. That is the only reason the Tories are in power, because the Labour Party's a fucking mess.
I would never support the Labour Party, them bunch of wankers, in a million years. I don't even.
Who is it? Do you vote? Give me a chance, Beck. I'm trying to ask Shan something. Did you vote Plaid Cymru?
Did I vote Plaid Cymru? No, I did not.
Who did you? Well, if you don't want to tell us, if you want to keep it to yourself, who you voted for?
That's my business who I voted for. But
I know. It's okay. It's okay. That's fine. I respect that.
Don't even vote. Don't give a fuck.
You know what? Just one observation. Looking at David's pick, it would be like kissing a rat's ass. But looking at Sean's lips, they look like pillows.
Well, to be honest, Tommy, I wouldn't want you to kiss me, so that's fine with me. And by the way, I've seen your pics. You're hardly a fucking oil painting.
Well, I'm just making an observation. That's all.
That's okay, Tommy. I'm absolutely fine. I've got no qualms about having a selfie.
All I can say is that Sean's lips are looking like pillows.
Dave, do you know what
Shan's a lovely little girl. Sorry, what?
Do you know how much them Rugrats cost?
Oh, wigs. No, I've never had that problem.
Look at that. Come on, David. Look at your profile pic. You look like a little rat's mouth there with your little teeth coming out from behind that.
Dave, you've got a minge on your face.
Not anymore. I shaved it off.
I've
actually got no facial hair.
My ankles.
Bring it on. Athena's been fucking ripping the piss out of me all day about it. I don't care.
You've got a fucking bikini line around your chin.
I know.
losers arguing that.
God,
Cool.
then he has to take a profile picture with his glasses on. Oh my
Is that
God.
Buddy's real pic? Is that Buddy's real picture?
I pull up my 12 gauge and shoot that thing if I saw it.
It would look better if you did. Can't hear you, Sean.
Well, it's staying there. It's staying there. It's not going anywhere. That's going to be my pick forever now. Never change it. You get used to it.
Ozzy, you lost your microphone, Ozzy. Ozzy.
I think I said, where did you appear in Alien with in the movie Alien?
Yeah.
I did.
With Sigourney Weaver? I think that's Sigourney Weaver in Alien.
And me, get off me, like, don't touch me. Because he come over and touched my arm, and I ain't having him touching my arm. Because he does my head in, Mike.
Sad, you need to mute yourself. We're hearing your conversation.
Because I don't even know. Because you must have been pissed then the night before last when I was speaking to you. But you must have been hammered. Can't you remember seeing me? Yes. You remember?
Chad, I'm going to mute you because we can hear your conversation.
Sorry guys, hang on. Yeah, I am talking so long.
I think she's TV on me.
I muted myself. We couldn't hear me talking to you. Remember me then?
So you got a little something on the side? She muted herself.
No, I did.
You
don't want private call on the phone.
Probably fucking blame me.
No, I'll tell her that I muted her. No, I'll tell her I'm. Don't want to hear private conversations on the phone,
Jesus Christ, Dave! You really do look like a fucking devil with that glare coming out of your sunglasses, Bo.
Well, that's the glare off the laptop.
I know, but you look like a demon.
That was done. What, a month ago, maybe. Yeah, no, in fact, longer than that.
Ones that ain't talking. I mean, Ray's got fuck all to contribute. Don't matter about him, but Buddy and Rosie.
Hoji's a cool guy. He never causes trouble.
David, you suck, man. I wanted to hear whether Sean had a little piece on the side or not.
I'm sure she hasn't told me.
Probably a big meaty piece.
Yeah. Thanks, Beck.
Maybe 3 big meaty pieces.
Christ almighty. But
if you can hear me, Shad, I muted you, okay? So we couldn't hear your private conversation, okay? Just to let you know, in case you think you're unmuted.
We couldn't hear you anyway, Shan. He just done it out of spite.
No, I didn't.
Well, then unmute her, for God's sakes.
I can't. The only person that can do that is Shan. That's why I'm letting her know.
Oh, thanks, David, for fucking blowing the shit out of this chat. Buddy, you there?
She'll come back, Tommy. She'll come back.
All right. Buddy, you there? Buddy. Oh, Christ.
Yeah. I'm here. Sorry, man.
Did you get, did Crystal send you the message? I need for you to send me your email address so we can hook up later at J&R.
Okay, cool.
My email address. You ready?
Why
okay. Say that again, Shotgun. What do I need to do now?
My email address. Did Crystal write it down?
Yeah, Crystal said she's got it.
Okay, fine. So you email your address to mine or your phone number to mine so we can hook up later in the week at J&R.
You got it. All right, she'll do it El Prontonario.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've got your email, Tommy. Is it fatfaceporkeater@gmail.com?
You go. How the fuck did you figure that out, Beck?
It's my avatar.
With a side order of coleslaw.
I'm Tommy. It's Tommy, that is he.
See, just as soon as I get done making out with making good with Beck, he starts calling me a fat eating, pork eating. I mean, how the fuck can you be friends with this dude?
Because he's Scottish. And there isn't many here.
A lot of people say that.
In fact, there's only me and Beck.
Sure, no, it's
There used to
lately.
be a young guy.
Well, you two are different. Like
Beck, have you heard? Sorry, Tommy. Beck, have you heard that? If that young guy Nigel, he's Scottish, isn't he?
No.
Nigel, I forget his second name.
But David, aren't you from the lowlands and Beck from the highlands?
Yeah, Beck lives up north. I live in the central belt.
Yeah, that's
south.
That's the difference between coming from New York City and living down in Georgia.
It's not that. It isn't really that different, to be honest.
All right, there you go, Tommy. It's done, man.
All right, thanks, bud.
Yeah, man.
It's more, see, in Scotland, it's more East Coast and West Coast. It's different. Edinburgh and Glasgow are your main cities, and they're completely different.
Fucking say that again.
Aye, I mean they're only 40 miles apart, but it's like a different world.
Should bomb that fucking place.
Oh, it's a lovely city. It's just the people. It's just the people that are assholes, but it's a lovely city.
Yeah, move the people out, bomb the people, and move other people in.
Aye.
Same with Aberdeen.
Yeah, the festival's great. There's a good chance I'll be going there.
You know why the festival's great? There's no fucking Aberdonians there.
Aye. It's all tourists. But some of the shows are superb. I've seen Jerry Sadowitz twice. He's still funny as fuck. A fucking maniac.
I'm back.
Shan, you realise I muted you, so we couldn't hear your private conversation, right? That was the only reason I muted you.
I'm on a private conversation, Dave.
Yeah, mute it
You
again.
were on the phone.
They spoiled it.
So that's why I muted you.
Yeah, I muted myself. It wasn't a private conversation.
All right.
Yeah, we were listening, Dave. Thanks very much.
Well, I don't really like doing that.
Yeah, it wasn't a private conversation anyway. Do you know
I
what I
always
mean?
say that to Petra, because Petra does that as well. She'll just start yakking on the phone.
Yeah, well, I wasn't yakking on the phone. Somebody came, one of my friend's dads came to talk to me, and I wanted to have a chat with them.
All right, okay.
Hey, do you ever notice when you go into a bar and there's like 6 people at the bar, and you sit down and talk to them and they kind of slowly move away and you end up sitting there on your own?
No, never noticed that.
Happens to me all the time.
Well, so the way to try and move seats and get away from them.
Yeah. I usually end up sitting on my own.
Beck?
Oh, hi, Jose.
Oh, I can hear you now, Ozzy.
Yeah, I had to jump out, man. I had a problem with the voice volume.
Oh,
Was
you reboot. Yeah.
I can't wait to get home. I'm going to have a nice salad.
Yeah, I think it was Ray that fucked up the microphones, Ozzy. It's okay until he joined.
I think Ray just had a bad day.
Blame Raymond.
I hope you and Ray work it out, Beck, to be honest.
Pass.
I think we will.
I would feel better if I could punch him in the fucking face a few times, you know, but obviously can't do that, so I just, you know, do something else.
Can't play music.
Only kidding, I wouldn't punch him, probably soft-boned.
Can't play music.
Who's playing it?
I don't know.
Well, this is
Probably that guy with the silly white.
Well, at least you're not arguing anymore.
DeMello, you remember Leon Russell?
Oh, Mrs. Russell. Mrs. Russell's son, wasn't it? Mrs. Russell's son.
DeMello, you remember Leon Russell?
I gotta go, guys.
Not asking any others. He's only asking you. You'll have to answer him.
Okay, goodbye, Sean.
Okay, bye, Sean.
Okay, Sean, we'll see you later.
Hey, Welshie.
Fucking guy. Okay, Leon.
I think your signal's breaking up a little bit, DeMello.
Yeah, it was. Okay, buddy. Leon Russell. Who did he play with?
Well, he played with a lot of guys, but he always had his own deal.
All right.
You remember the song "I'm Up on the Taiwan"? You remember that?
Okay.
I'm up on a tightrope.
Is it 1950s? Is it 50s?
No, it's I think 70s.
Yeah, it sounds like a 70s.
Leon Russell, man, he had some pretty good stuff. And do you remember Alice's Restaurant by Arlo Guthrie?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a big hit, man.
Man, I remember when the 8-track tape days were out. It was a yellow 8-track tape. I still remember the color of the tape.
Yeah. It's a beautiful song, man.
Yeah. You can get anything you want at Alice's Restaurant. Man, life was simpler then, wasn't it? You can tell from the way the songs were written that the times were more simple.
Right.
You know,
I'm going to tell you Hendrix' story. He met Cream and Eric Clapton at this bar there. There's club. And
right.
He asked if he could go on stage, and Clapton was a little bit reluctant. He didn't know who this cat was, right? But so he and Hendrix he grabbed the guitar and he started doing the Killing Floor. And Clapton, after he heard him play that, he put his guitar. They went into the dressing room, and then his mate walked in there and said, "Eric, what's wrong, man?" And he was smoking a cigarette, and he was shaking his hand, and he's like, "Man, you didn't tell me that cat was that good, man."
Right.
You know, he couldn't believe it. You know.
Yeah, I actually know this one story, but I don't know too many. But I actually read the story about this particular one you're talking about too.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and Clapton was blown away with Hendrix.
Yeah, man. And even like Jeff Beck, they've never witnessed anyone like Jimmy, he could play faster. You know how the strings are upside down. He knew this guy was a genius, man. He knew every note. You know, you have to remember they're backwards, right? To him, he's left-handed.
Right. Right.
And he wasn't missing a note, man. You know, unbelievable.
Dave,
you know, Hendrix, he's my hero, man. Yeah, when it comes to guitarists, man.
Hey, Dave. Type retard into Google search.
What is it?
Retard.
Type retard in Google search.
You'll never hear another player like Hendrix, man.
A true artist.
Mouse there. George Bush. What a cracker for me. Poor buggers. I didn't think anything, thousands of them. You get George Bush and Chairman Mao under retard.
Buddy, what was your opinion when you first heard Hendrix stuff, man?
It was so psychedelic and so wild. The first time I heard, I think it was Electric Ladyland was the first album I heard of a friend of mine's.
Right.
I couldn't relate to it, man. It was so psychedelic and out there. I was just blown away. And then when I heard songs like Hey Joe and stuff like that, then I started being able to relate to him, you know.
That Electric Ladyland album, that was the double album you're referring to, right? The two vinyl?
I think it was Electric Ladyland. Yeah, a buddy of mine, Mike Brown, bought it, and that was the first time I ever heard Hendrix.
Yeah,
and
the first.
Electric Ladyland's the one with all the naked women in the front cover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whichever album it was when he was doing all his psychedelic stuff, and I just couldn't.
Are You Experienced was all psychedelic as well. The first couple albums are like that. So
it may. I think it actually. The more I think about it, Dave, I think it was. Are You Experienced?
Yeah.
I think. But anyway, I walked up into his bedroom and I said, "Who the fuck is that, man?"
Yeah, man.
And he said, "Oh man, it's Jimi Hendrix, man. Check it out." I listened for about 5 minutes. It was so far out there, man. I couldn't relate, and I just walked off and went down and talked to his brother. But that was the first time I ever heard Hendrix, and then later on, man, I started hearing him more and more, and I was like, man, this guy's a genius.
Yeah, man. I remember the first lines on that double album. I went and bought that after I heard All Along the Watchtower at my buddy's basement.
That's the song that I really started being able to connect with Hendrix, was All Along the Watchtower.
That's a Bob Dylan song, you know that?
Yeah. My buddy had it playing in the basement, and I'm hearing him, I didn't know who it was that was playing, and he goes and he's doing all this crazy stuff, the solo, and that guitar sound. I've never heard that before in my life, man, and I'm like, wow.
Right. Well, I can get into depth now, in other words, I know Pete Cornish was working with Jimi Hendrix, and also, he was one of the first guys that started using fuzz faces.
Right.
Dallas Arbiter fuzz faces. They were made in England, and they had germanium diodes in it. And germanium diodes are real success. Temperature makes them change their tolerance real easy. And so they all sound different. Long story short, he was actually the guy that started using Dallas Arbiter fuzz faces, and he's the guy that got that trend started too with those damn things. And I got obsessed with those things because they do such magical stuff. Fuck, man, I was looking for the 66 to the 69 models, so they had BC 108 germanium diodes, and they had the different number diodes in there without going through it all. But I collected like 6 of those original Dallas Arbiter fuzz faces. They made them red, blue, dark gray, light gray. But anyway, man, I will say to this day, nothing is so, God, how do I say it? In other words, will allow you to sing with the note like a fuzz face will with an analog amplifier. It's just amazing. And the fuzz face seems to like the JTM 45 Marshall circuit the best. You get the best tone out of a fuzz face with that particular wiring setup in a JTM 45 Marshall. But anyway, yeah, man. So I became obsessed with Hendrix, you know, later on. But the first time I heard Hendrix, he was just doing all the amp feedbacks and shit and the wild guitar work. It wasn't even really a song. I just couldn't relate to it, man.
So I asked my buddy, I said, after I heard the All on the Watchtower, I said, who's that? And he brought the album cover over, and I look at this cat, you know, and it's a black guy, Hendrix. I said, oh, this is the guy, eh? All right. So the next day I went to the store and I bought the double album, Are You Experienced? It's a double album, eh? And I from the beginning, he starts with, if you can just get your mind together, you know, amazing fucking stuff on there, man. I couldn't get enough of it, man. And there's a little gem song on there, Drifting, and you know which song that is, man.
Yeah. Well, and the thing that flipped most people out, I think, to be quite honest about it, was the guy. He was a black guy doing all the white psychedelic, you know, what I considered, you know, white psychedelic music. You know, I mean, you just didn't ever see a black guy wanting, you know, playing that material. But even though it was originated from the blues and from the old jazz players, you still just didn't, you know, there wasn't a black guy doing that kind of thing. That's what flipped a lot of people out. They were blown away with that, you know.
Hey, buddy, yeah. Crystal's eating your dinner.
Huh?
Crystal's eating your spaghetti.
I'm eating it right now. She just fixed me a plate, man.
Oh.
That's what I'm eating right now. Yeah. Yeah, she puts these real thick, I don't know what you call them. I don't know anything about cooking, man, but she puts, it's not the normal spaghetti strings. She uses the thick, long noodles.
Fettuccine? Is it the fettuccine?
What are these noodles called? Do you know? Oh, yes, she said it's fettuccine noodles. That's correct.
Yeah. I knew right away. It's more to bite on, man, than the spaghetti, you know?
Yeah, man, I'm chowing down right now.
What's the sauce?
I'll have that. Well, now, what do you do with your sauce? What is? She said, well, this is a more plain spaghetti. She says it's just, what do you say, red meat sauce? Yeah, she's red meat sauce. I don't know a damn thing about cooking, man, but she says red meat sauce. Oh, she got this recipe from my mother, she said.
Cool.
Yeah.
And now that she said that, as a matter of fact, my taste buds are going back in my memory banks now. I believe it is.
Kershey bar.
Fucking buddy, good old boy.
Yeah, I call him Country Boy.
Yeah,
that's what he is.
Yeah. He's a lot like me.
You know, the thing about it is, man, I don't know if it's my early days in the military, my bachelor life for all those years. I'll let you in on something, man. Fuck it. Everybody already knows pretty much about my life anyway. But after my first marriage, man, I stayed single 22 fucking years. I wasn't never going to get fucking married again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just so used to not, you know, man, fast food restaurants late at night in the restaurant after I played a gig, you know, at night and blah, blah, blah. I just never, ever got in cooking in the kitchen much, if you know what I mean. I just don't know that much about it, you know. But
that's one thing I can do, man, is cook, man.
Me too.
Look back now, you know, all of my interest in my life, the last place was the fucking kitchen for me, you know. But now I kind of admire it. I'm kind of into it a little more now. So I'm always asking her, you know, what, you know, because she does wild stuff that I've never seen before, you know, from her culture and all that stuff. And so, you know, I'm always asking, even though I don't really still cook. I'm interested in it, you know.
Well, you know, as far as I'm concerned, sometimes, you know, it's almost an economic kind of necessity. For example, last weekend, I cooked this big old fat pot roast. And now I've got sandwiches for the whole week.
Yeah, exactly. Now, with my life, I would do the same thing, but what I do, you know, so I had my, you know, all through the years with my day job, I would buy like a big ham that was already pre-sliced, you know, like a honey baked ham or whatever.
I know those too.
And man, and then I'd buy those little soups. What do they call it? It's like the China soup or whatever. You just add hot water and then I can
the noodles and stuff.
Yeah, ramen noodles.
Yeah, and man, that's what I usually ate for lunch at work. Break room, you know, I would heat that soup up, and then I had me a good old ham sandwich with Golden's mustard.
Yeah,
and
you know what I did? You know what I did? Back in mid-March, when St. Patty's Day was around, and corned beef was cheap, I picked up a half a dozen of them and threw them in my freezer.
Wow. Now, another phase of my life, I worked at a meat packing plant, and that, you know, so meat packing plant, they made hot dogs, they had a bologna line, they had sausage, you know, dogs. I can't remember all the products now, but hey, man, so since I was an employee, I got a discount. Plus, I could carry a whole, you ever seen a solid stick of bologna?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd buy a whole fucking stick of bologna, man. And I'd go home and that's the only cooking I ever did. I mean, like BLT sandwiches or whatever.
We called those Wonder Bars.
Yeah, man. I'd cut that damn bologna real thick, like 3 times as thick, and then throw it in the frying pan and fucking fry it, and then throw it on a BLT. And man, my kids love that shit.
Well, my rich brother bought me for Christmas a big old Yeti cooler, and those things are like $300. So I could take I have meat will travel.
Right. Also get those spicy sausage dogs I thought were real good. And man, shit, man, God almighty, man, I'm gonna say for 2 years straight, man, at least every other day I was eating either fried bologna sandwiches or sausage dogs, you know, man, it was, man. But yeah, that's about the extent of my cooking.
Hey, Beck, do you guys have coolers in over in England called Yeti, YETI?
No, and I'm not in England, Tommy.
I'm sorry. In Scotland, rather.
You mean a fridge?
No. These are coolers and like hand thermoses. You could I have one of these Yeti thermoses, drinking thermoses. You could put ice in it.
Oh, yeah.
And 24 hours later, the ice will still be there.
Oh, like a cool box, yeah.
I mean, they're expensive, but they're the most remarkable fucking coolers I've ever seen in my life.
It's not electric. It's not battery powered, is it?
No. It's sort of like double insulated kind of thing. I don't know the magic.
Yeah. Caravanners use them in that. Yeah, I've used cool bags, put ice in the walls. Yeah,
but they're coolers. Even their 20 thing cooler is like $300. Their handheld cups are like $30.
Well, suppose it was a good make.
Oh, I swear to God, man. I mean, ice will stay in there 24 hours a day.
What's it called? Yeti?
Yeti. Y-E-T-I.
Oh, come on. That dish is a cool bag.
I don't see the need for the coolers because, I mean, even if I'm traveling, I mean, I can pick up a fucking bag of ice anywhere, any gas station I go to. But the goddamn hand cup things are unbelievable.
Yeah, if you're sitting fishing all day, you know, and you want.
That's true. That's true. If you're sitting fishing all day, I mean, get one of those little 12-pack kind of things. Even those are, I think it was $279.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Within 10 days, I'm going back up to New York State, and I'm going to be trout fishing within 2 weeks.
Oh, you river fishing or lake fishing?
River fishing.
All right.
Yeah, I have a 6-foot pole, medium action, 6-pound test on it, and I just let that thing rip with the fast waters, and I'll be pulling up a couple of trout a day.
You make your own flies?
Well, no, I'm not fly fishing though, but I use mostly live bait worms, but I'll use spinner lures from time to time too.
Yeah, well, in the rivers here, you can only use live bait certain times of the year. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can go. Like most all the gas stations around here, around where I fish, have got the refrigerators full of live bait, big fatties too.
Yeah. Do you have to get a permit to fish?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I got to get a permit to fish.
Yeah, we need a license over here as well.
It's not expensive or anything.
Yeah. It's about £7 a day here, with $12, something like that.
You get a seasonal pass.
Yeah, the natives don't need a license over here, Beck. If you're a native, First Nations,
Yeah. Well, I mean, none of the locals bother paying any license, you know, but if you're salmon fishing, it's an expensive fish. They're very protective towards the rivers. Yeah. The rivers that usually goes through somebody's land and they'll issue the permits, you know.
Right.
But you can walk the length of any river. There's no such thing as trespass, but you can't fish anywhere. You know.
I really like those fast moving streams.
I've done some fly fishing, but I prefer sea fishing or beach casting.
You know, Beck, I sort of envy you because I've never done that. I would love to do that, sea fishing.
Well, not so much as sea now. It's a bit fucking cold out there. But
I don't give a shit. I mean, if I'm fishing, I'm good.
Well, with the sea fishing, I mean, it's an all-day thing, and whoever's running the boat has really got to know where they're going, you know, for the fish.
Well, that's true. That much I've learned from watching shit on TV.
Yeah, they know exactly where they're going, and you know. But I mean, anybody can beach cast.
When I go trout fishing up in New York, I usually get out there by 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm done by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But the waters are so cold up there that the fish don't sink. They stay up on the top.
Yeah, for a bit of warmth. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people into carp fishing here. I can't see the point catching, carp, letting it go again.
No.
Beck, how about sea eel? Anybody catch sea eel there?
No, I used to fish conger off the rocks, with steel tracers. But, the Maury eel, right. They're a nasty fucking fish.
The Maury eel. Yeah. My dad used to fish those back home.
Yeah, if you get a big one. I mean, I once dropped a fucking boulder on one of them. I dropped it on its fucking head, and 10 minutes later, it slid between your legs back into the fucking water again.
Yeah, my dad, he caught one. He threw it on the boat, and my oldest brother, the eel, almost experienced there. My dad told me the story about that.
Rough, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The only bullshit about going fishing in some of the parts that I do up north is that the well-known spots have been fished and fished again, and a lot of these motherfucking amateurs, whenever they get a snag, they just cut their line. So when I cast out, I bring in a bunch of crap.
Yeah. Yeah, you get that everywhere and get snagged. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I could never catch onto missing trees, when I was river fishing, not getting hung up on fucking trees.
Well, yeah, you got to learn to slide that wrist to the side.
Don't have that problem on a beach or on a boat.
Yep, I understand. But you're right, though, Beck. When I go bass fishing,
a 2.5 foot northern pike up here in a town called Coldwater.
Pike.
Yeah, pike. Yeah, it's called the northern pike.
It's a long, skinny fish.
Yeah.
It's not that skinny.
Well,
it's similar to like a walleye.
Yeah. I go with that.
Yeah, give you a bite as well. Yeah.
But it's not like a bass or a trout or anything like that with a fat belly.
Yeah, when I took it home, my old man, he was like, "What the fuck?" He didn't know that there was that big a fish in a freshwater, very bony fish though.
Don't pike have a pretty sharp teeth too?
Yeah, they have sharp teeth. They're very bony, eh?
Yeah, right. Right. Now I remember.
Yeah, I used to go out. I used to like going out the road boat for mackerel in the lochs. They'd go around the edge of the loch. Yeah, I mean, any kind of stupid can catch mackerel. You just catch them with feathers. If you throw in 6 feather hooks on the line, you'll bring in 6 mackerel. Not a lot of people eat mackerel.
Yeah.
We eat mackerel.
While I've been down here in North Carolina, I pick up a lot of what they call crappie, which is a larger version of a perch.
Yeah.
Saltwater mackerel. We Portuguese eat a lot of that, and of course sardines. And stickleback.
Yeah, we used to fill our own boat with mackerel. We couldn't get rid of them. Couldn't give them away.
Yeah, I'm not a big mackerel eater. It gives me heart.
Well, when the fishing, my daughter knows a lot of the fishing lads. When the fishing boat comes in, she'll go down and get a couple of cod or a couple of haddock, give us one. The land, you get them fresh. They ain't like a slice of fish they'll give you in the fucking shop. It's a full size fucking fish. People don't realise how big a fucking cod is.
Yeah, we're big codfish eaters, man. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, she can go down there and get a 30-pound cod.
Yeah. They used to be so plentiful off the coast of Newfoundland, the Grand.
Oh yeah,
they got overfished many years ago, eh?
Yeah, they've been overfished here. They're making it come. Well, the haddock's making it come back. Not so much the cod. You know, it's they're bringing them in at, you know, £8 fish. You know, they used to be constant 20, £25.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
a year ago, but and they throw the dead fish that they're not allowed to. You know, the small fish.
Yeah, but
That they get caught in their nets, that gets thrown back into the sea. What a fucking waste, you know. They probably throw more fish back that are not allowed to catch or are too small than they actually bring in.
right.
You know, crazy.
I got to step out. I'll be right back.
Okay, no. It's them bloody wide beamers with the drag nets. You know, they just take everything off the bottom. Shellfish, everything. Leave it bare. And factory ships. Got Russian ships off the bloody coast here. Russian fishing. Big Russian ships, they bloody can it. They fish, they catch it, process it, and can it. All aboard the fucking ship. I can see two of them. I've got that marine tracker. I can two of them out there now. Not allowed within 50 mile the coast, the ship. If anyone's here in my snooker. Oh, really? Hang out. Oh, shit.
Ow. Ow. Ugh.
Sweet child in time, you'll see the line that's drawn between the good and the bad. See the blind man, yeah.
Hey, Shotgun.
And you've not been.
Can somebody tell Shotgun to stop ruining the fucking video, forcing us to hear some fucking music?
What the fuck? I'm not on your hangout there, bud.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all.
I thought it was just on Hangouts.
Ryder, can you stop fucking up the video with the fucking copyrighted music? Why don't you just share the link? Why are you forcing us to hear that shit?
Amanda, I'm posting a fucking video. I'm not playing it on your Hangouts.
Ryder, your mic is open and I can hear the music. It's already, the video's already ruined. Now Shotgun is probably pissed. You know what the funny thing is? That you guys could do that in Rapid. You know that? Hold on. You guys could do that shit in Rabbit. Like, you can get together in Rabbit and hear and listen and voice chat and camera chat and everything on Rabbit. Just ruins the video here.
All right, Amanda.
It's okay. It's okay. Fuck that. I don't like going back and forth.
I got your message, man. I got your message.
No, I'm saying that Rabbit thing. You know, you could voice chat. It's just like here, but you're able to show videos back and forth.
I did not.
I mean, I think it's fucking awesome. I don't know why you guys don't even test it out.
Listen, dude, I did not know that posting a video on the chat was equal to a copyright thing. My bad. Okay, I won't do it again, bro.
Yeah, no. It's not about courtesy or anything. You know, it just mutes the whole video. I mean, I don't care. I never revisit the video, anyways. You know, like personally, I never go back and revisit the video. So, but it just ruins the video. Like, let's say, for instance, if there's a good discussion, I'm pretty sure that nobody could revisit it because it'll be muted. You know.
So what's the point then?
I don't know. I guess I'm complaining for no reason, dog. Who the fuck cares? You know.
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly, bro.
My girl's laughing. You know, I mean, I care less. It just mutes the video. I just know it mutes the video. I have heard people say that they can't hear the videos. You know, and the copyright infringements. I get emails of it. It's just something to complain about. I really care less, my nigga.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I care less. If that's what you consider fun, that's fun. Plus, that jam you was playing was pretty dope.
Yeah, thanks, bro. But and why do you have my Amerasian child dancing on the screen?
I thought he was hilarious, man. Fucking hilarious. But yeah. So I was saying about that rabbit thing. I mean, that shit is. I think that software is fucking awesome. To tell you the truth, you should test it out. See.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Not to do what you want to do. You could do it here. I'm just saying, like the rabbit, that rabbit shit is pretty fucking dope on
all right,
what you guys want to do.
But you know, I'm not out here to hurt you, bro. I've known you for a while now.
No, man, you my nigga, dude. Ryder, man. You my nigga, man. You don't forget about that.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
Tell him I like him too. He's awesome.
My girl says you're awesome.
Thank you, Kitty.
Thank you.
That's just so funny when they say it too. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, sometimes I make it bad. You just called me on it. I have no problems with that.
Yeah.
No, what?
Did you hear me? Okay. Well, enough said then.
Oh, man, Lindsay, I just saw you.
It's okay. I was in here for like 30 seconds and then you unhid me. That's fine, Armando. How are you?
I'm good here trying to bribe Ashley to jump on the panel. For everybody, speculations and assumptions could go away already,
So
but
we could be right already.
she doesn't
So we could
fucking
be right
understand.
already.
She
So we
doesn't
could be correct.
understand. Yeah.
That's a dude. So we could be correct.
Yeah, right. I say Ashley's a girl, and I'm willing to put money on it. Just I could just tell by her consistency in her text. No dude could act like a fag like that all fucking day.
You're talking about Ashley, Queen Ashley Neely, the first RN? Or who?
Shotgun has been restrained on every system. What are they being arrested for, Amanda? Crack my pants. Someone put it there. I didn't run. I was scared. No, I didn't see those lights. Scared. No, I didn't see those lights. Hell no, that wasn't my gun in the bushes. The Clark County facility again. It's quick to come on and berate me, but when it comes to joking around a bit, sharking his chopped liver. Okay, I got it. Go play with those surgery on you, thick old Mando. Snipe me, motherfucker. I'm about to throw some porn on here just because I can. Nah. Why is it the fuck you can't have a decent conversation with me, but you can with everybody else? What am I? Your back alley nigga? Treat me like shit. Go ahead, treat me like shit. You can have combos with like Serge, Ronan, everybody, but when it comes to shotgun, you treat me like fucking shit. And I've been there from the beginning with you, brother. What the fuck is this all about? I know you can hear me. If I posted a dick right now on the screen, you come right down on me. So why can't you talk to me? All right. What the fuck? What the fuck? All right, Commando. Come on, talk to me, for God's sakes. I mean, there's nobody else here. Motherfucker. courtesy of a reach around.
Guys, am I looking different? Am I looking different? Yes or no? Armando! 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 Armando, Lindsay? 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 Armando? 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 Armando! Armando! Oh, my new phone is awesome. That's my old phone. Bye-bye, old phone. Bye-bye, I'm going to miss you. Spend like 1.5 years with me. Armando! Armando, shotgun, anybody? Wow, man, whoa.
Hello.
Hello, Lindsay? Lindsay, am I looking?
What's up, Packy?
What's up?
What are you doing? Driving your car, smoking your cigar? Oh, no. Where did he go? Well, yeah, you shaved your head.
Yeah, he had a bald head last time I saw him. You're bald.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. You got an evil eyes too. But that's a good thing. Okay. No. I do want to be so wrong. I really want to be wrong. No, see, you're fucked up right there.
Hoo-ha, Sergeant? What the fuck is that?
It's not hoo-ha. That's not Marine talk. Hoo-ha is Army talk. In Marine, they say, hoorah. Right. That's right.
Hey, honest, where's your beard? I thought that was Suna.
Packy, if you can go for it, man, I'm behind you 110%. Let me ask you, how many push-ups can you do right now? Yeah. How many pull-ups can you do right now? You got to get better on that. You got to get better.
You gotta start jogging.
Turn that fat into muscle, dude. I don't care what you call it. I don't care what you call it, but you got to do fucking certain shit. You got to run 3 miles in 18 minutes.
3 miles in 18 minutes? That's no, I cannot do that now.
Well, you got to. What do you mean you can't? That's part of the general test.
In 18 minutes, 3 miles, huh?
That's correct.
So I have to run for like 6 miles an hour.
No, 3 miles. 3 miles in 18 minutes. But then what you do first before you start the PFT is you do your sit-ups. And then you run your 3 miles in 18 minutes. And when you get done with that, you start to do your pull-ups. And they expect at least 10 pull-ups.
10 pull-ups? I can do like 50 pull-ups. Don't worry.
Fine. That doesn't mean you can't bicycle your way up to the top. You got to come to a dead hang.
Shotgun, just give me like 3 months. I'm going to Pakistan, and I would have lots of time with me. So I'm gonna go to gym because right now I'm going to gym, but I'm not consistent because of being at work, being at hangouts. So in this 3 months, I'm looking forward for making them very productive, and as soon as I'm back, I'll be a different person.
Well, okay.
And
I'm happy for that.
And hopefully with the blessing of my God, because I have realized that I cannot do anything, and the only option I have would be joining the Marine Corps, because by that I would be able to do something.
Who's your God?
Armando Vargas, the God from Cuba. He is the one who brought me faith. Ronin Tanushi was the one who gave me voice. Armando Vargas gave me life. I was a lonely security guard, and because of them, I am a better person, and I'm getting in love with my new phone.
You know, the only thing I can say.
What kind of phone is it?
S8 Plus. S8 Plus.
Sweet.
Packy, you're 20 years old, right?
Hey, Shotgun is just 1 day left. You can pre-order now, and you can get like 139 for the VR for free. The VR, the virtual reality gear, because my brother bought it for like $139. So you can get that for free. Plus they're gonna give you like $50 Oculus gift accessory for I don't know.
What are you trying to sell me?
I'm not trying to sell you. I'm just saying that there's just 1 day left for this pre-order.
For what?
For the new S8, Samsung S8.
What is that good for?
See, my picture is so different. I'm looking so different.
Well, here's my deal, buddy, Packy. I mean, you're 28 years old right now, right?
26.
26, okay. Most people who go into the Marine Corps are 18 years old. We had a guy that went through, and he was 21 years old. We called him Grandpa.
But that time was a different time. I know a girl who broke my heart, who rejected me for a very lame reason. She was 28 when she joined. So I was at that time I was like 25 or 24, and Shotgun, I'll be 27 in August. The caption is 28 years.
But I just want you to know that you're about 8-9 years older than the average recruit, so you got to work harder. Oh, stop it. Stop it. If you can believe in yourself. Stop it. Well, it's either that or the police academy.
Marine, give me a hoo-ha, Sergeant. Hoo-ha, Sergeant.
No hoo-ha, Sergeant. Hoorah. You want to go in the army? Then you go hoo-ha.
No, I want to take my revenge from these Arab animals, and Marines are gonna make me take my revenge.
Actually, you look like a Marine, dude.
Ready?
Yeah.
Now, because of the haircut, or
Hair, yep, and the face, you look mean.
really, I look shotgun. I'm a very humble person.
I know that about you, but stop smiling. You look fucking forceful. You look like a warrior. Yeah, there you go, a warrior.
Okay. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. This way, please.
My dear friend Packy. Packy, if you want to go for it, man. All they can say is no. What the fuck?
Shotgun, if I'm rejected, I'm gonna try for the DOD. They also have jobs at Defense Department for people who have a foreign experience.
Whereabouts are you living right now?
Sorry, what?
Where are you living right now?
California.
Okay, so I'll tell you who's going to be hiring within the next few months. Border Control.
But that's not something. I wanna do something. The border control. Okay, first of all, they hire every civil agency hire. There's a requirement of being of even the police force. They have a person, a candidate has to be a citizen to sworn in. So I'm not a citizen. I have to wait for like 2 more years to become a citizen because the duration is 4 years and 6 or 7 months or 8 months, I think. So I'm here from January 2015, 15, 16, 17. So I need 2 more years. So I cannot wait 2 more years.
Well, everybody has to pay their dues, even if you went in as an apprentice, man.
Oh no! Chicago PD, Chicago Police Department has changed the rule. They hire people. You can become a sworn officer if you're a green card holder. But I don't want to leave California because you see, it's like.
Well,
it's awesome.
I would investigate your opportunities with the Border Control. I really would.
Border Control. But I cannot become a Border Control agent, even for the TSA. I think the requirement.
Or what we call ICE.
No. Border Protection Agency is different. Border Patrol, sorry. Border Patrol is different. They all are working under the Department of Homeland Security.
Yep.
But ICE is Immigration and Custom Enforcement. That's ICE, and that's a force. That's a force working under U.S. Customs and U.S. Customs and Immigration Services. So what happens? U.S. Customs and Immigration Services all is an agency. Right. U.S. Customs and Immigration is an agency, and they have a section which is called ICE, Immigration and Custom Enforcement. So what happened to become an ICE agent? You have to be a custom and immigration agent. So to becoming a federal agent, a custom and immigration is a federal agency. So for that you need to become a citizen. Even to become a sworn officer, you have to become a citizen. And if I join the Marine Corps, first of all, shotgun, the Marines, and they're not paid that much, but the amount of respect you get to being a Marine, that's
well, I understand that, but you know what? You have to plot a long-term decision And yeah, you're going to go through a bunch of shit. But I mean, I would think that ICE, border.
But shotgun, there are a lot of Pakistanis in the United States Marine Corps. There was a lieutenant colonel. His name was.
You don't understand what I'm trying to say, brother. You're fucking 28 years old.
26.
I mean, I've never heard of anybody going through boot camp at your age. I'm sorry. Okay, then prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
No, I know this girl. She was 28 and she became a Marine, and she's right now a Marine.
Girl, though, not a guy.
Oh, hey, Brian enlisted when he was 30 years old.
Brian Knight?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, Brian told me he was 30 years old. Brian is pretty old.
Yep. That's interesting.
Hey, buddy, am I looking different? Oh shit. Buddy, am I looking different? Hey, buddy, am I looking different? Yes or no? Buddy.
Sorry, Packy, I had to plug my microphone in, man. Yeah, you look good, man. Listen, if you want to become an ICE agent, I have a family member that's in that is an ICE agent. I can tell y'all.
I cannot, buddy.
You got to be a citizen first.
Yes, I need. I have to wait like 2.5 years more.
Yeah, that's cool. But if wow, why you got to wait so long?
It's like 4 years and 8 months. Then you're eligible to become a citizen.
Yeah, it's 5, isn't it?
No, 4 years and 8 months.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it was around the 5-year mark, but yeah, and it's probably different on the West Coast just a little bit as opposed to
it's the federal law, USCIS, and that's for the whole United States.
That's correct. And then you have to go take a 25 or 50 question test.
I took those questions with Crystal, and
it might only be 10 questions. It's hard for me to remember now.
I took those questions with Crystal, and I think I kind of passed like 70% or 80%. I passed. Do you remember, Crystal?
Do you remember? Something about you say a test, Packy?
Crystal took a test from me about those questions, and I passed almost.
I don't know.
Yeah, you did pass. Yeah, but you know that could be the question, or it could be not. So you.
I don't want to be a citizen. I just want to be a Marine. Marine. Give me a hoorah, sergeant. Hoorah, sergeant.
Or don't ask me.
Fuck you, shotgun. I'm gonna prove you wrong, shotgun. I'm gonna prove you wrong. I
hope you do.
I'm gonna prove you wrong. You old jealous, ex-Marine, fake Marine, stolen valor.
Packy, I love you.
Guys, I'm leaving tomorrow. Day after tomorrow. 24. No, sorry, tomorrow at night. My flight is at night, so I'm leaving.
Where?
Pakistan.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. And buddy, you're gonna see me after 3 months in better shape, better looking. And you're gonna see me a different person after 3 months, because I know, there I have so much free time. I can do a lot of shit. I can do a lot of stuff.
Right. Well, hey, man, I know you're going to do it. I don't have any doubts.
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know. You're just jealous.
Hey, the big thing is here in America, Packy, you can do anything you put your mind to, unlike the other countries. Here,
exactly.
You really do have the opportunities to do anything you set your mind to do. You can achieve it here.
Exactly.
You can achieve it in Canada as well, man.
Packy, how much do you weigh?
Right now?
Yeah.
265.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
But I'm 183 centimeters, so it's like
when I went into boot camp, I was 165 pounds.
But I'm not that short, shotgun. I'm not that short. I'm 183 centimeters, so it equals to like 5'11" or 6 foot. So I'm 6, maybe 5'11".
I think you're carrying too much lard.
Hey, you can get all that. Hey, you got plenty of time to prep, man, and lose weight. It's no big deal. You can get all that weight off, man. You just gotta, you know what to do.
Really?
Hey, Packy, you want to see me when I was in boot camp?
I've seen it. I've seen it. Those fake pictures you posted.
Those fake pictures.
Okay. I looked. I was 165 pounds and 6 foot tall. Not 265.
That's about what I was when I enlisted too, shotgun. I think I was 170, 171, something like
You're
that.
265. Go in the Army.
Buddy, how old were you?
12.
Honestly, how old were you when you enlisted?
Well, the first military action, let's see, I was 17 and a half.
Wow, that's young, man. That's pretty
And
young.
I was 18. And what do you think you're going to do at 28?
Dude, I was in Pakistan humping on goats when I was 18. So I had no idea that I'm going to end up in the United States.
I don't think humping on goats is part of the enlistment contract. Packy, give up the Marines. Go into law enforcement. Whether it be
hey, buddy, I got my new phone, buddy. Can you see? Can you see the difference? I'm looking so different on my new phone.
See,
I don't see a phone. No, where's your phone?
Okay, Packy ignores.
It's the new phone and the new camera.
Yeah, you look like Denzel Washington, man.
Oh, I like Denzel Washington. Why?
No, she was. She's not now.
Oh, shotgun. Oh, jealous shotgun.
I'm not jealous, man.
You're so jealous.
I want to see you do the best for yourself.
Hey, DeMello, can you hear me more? No, can you hear me clear than I was before?
Yeah, man, I can hear you really clear, man.
So it means the phone.
I'm gonna call you Denzel from now on.
Okay, thank you.
Your audio is real good, man.
So, buddy is the new phone, so it's obviously this is the old phone. Bye.
That phone you just held up looks like mine.
Really?
Yeah, I've got a really outdated one. Let me see what mine is.
But that's a cheap Samsung Avian, and I bought S8 Plus.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah. Hey buddy, if you want to buy it, you can pre-order right now. It's just 1 day left, and you will get $129 of VR for free, and you're gonna get like $50 of DVD content for free. And my brothers paid it for. They were so stupid. I was telling them to just wait for like 6 months. The new phone is coming up. They said no, we cannot wait, and they paid for the VR $139 and the DVD stuff. But I'm gonna get it for free. So just 1 day left.
Wow, that's good, man. Yeah, I mean, for me, Packy, I'm kind of old school in that area. I really, if I had my way, I'd go back to a flip phone.
But VR, but in flip phone, you cannot be on the Hangouts on the flip phone.
Right. That's
but
right.
the VR, buddy, VR, you can watch 3D movies, 4D movies on the VR, but it's not good for your eyes. But it's kind of cool.
Right. Oh, I know it's really nice, but for me, man, when I walk outside my house, in my everyday life, I just want my contact phone. That's all I want. And see, when I work on machinery and stuff, I'll just bust it, man. I'll bust it the first day.
Buddy, do you know? I'm gonna share a story. It's kind of boring, but for the past 6 years, for the past 5 or 6 years, my brothers, they are into phones. They're gonna buy a new phone, regardless of whether they have the money or not. They're gonna buy a new phone. So
Right.
what happens? I was always stuck up with an old phone because they'll go and buy a phone for me which I never wanted, and I ended. So once they bought that phone for me, so I was stuck with that phone because I'm a very cheap person. I kind of like don't like to spend on whenever it is unnecessary.
Right.
So I'm not cheap, but I'm kind of poor, you can say.
Well, no, that's the way I am, Packy. That's exactly the way I am. In other words, I really don't. I use electronic devices and logic devices in the industry. I really, when it comes to my civilian life, so to speak, I just want a phone on me. That's all I want. And then when I come into the house, to have a nice brand new PC is fine. But I don't really have a need. If I had more of a need for it, if I wasn't at home, then I would do it. But
buddy, for me, it's a requirement because I talk a lot on the phone to Pakistan and everything. So I need it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you need it then. You need it.
And this time I told everyone, I kept on telling them, don't get me a phone. Don't get me a phone. I'm gonna stay with this phone. As soon as new S8 is gonna come, I'm gonna buy it. And I bought it this time. I'm happy.
All right, man.
Right
yeah,
on,
I always like update Crystal before I update myself in those. I usually like her to have the nice updated stuff, but for me, man,
because that's love. That's love. That's devotion.
Right.
I guess it's just that there's more of a need for them to have that than me. I just live a low profile once I walk outside the house. And then when I'm at the house now, don't get me wrong, I want I want a fast computer. If I have to run a fucking air conditioner on it, I will, you know what I mean? But actually, some of my buddies are actually in the computer competition world, and they actually have air conditioning on their computers to keep the hard drive ice cold so it'll run as fast as it possibly can. I've had to charge the little air conditioning units on their PCs because they're running competition, But anyway, yeah, for me, man, I just want a contact phone. If somebody's got my number, they call me, I answer the call, and in my everyday life, I'm not on the internet when I leave the house. That's the bottom line. And really, with the lifestyle I'm leading right, and there's not too many people that want to call me anyway. If they want to call me anything, it's usually son of a bitch or motherfucker. Or, you know, I usually don't want to hear that when I walk outside the house. You know what I mean? They won't say buddy when they call me. Usually it's usually you son of a, you know.
I can't see why they would say that to you in the first place.
Not a lot of people really like me a lot. That's why. No, I'm just kidding, man.
I wasn't buying it.
Don't have
I wasn't buying it, buddy.
We'll say this, when I was in charge of that last plant I worked at, the company bought me an updated phone and it had every bell and whistle on it, you know, paid for by the company, all that. And, you know, it was nice, but I really never used, you know, those things. I was too busy, you know, most of the time. They just sent me an email on the computer if they needed me up in the corporate office or something, you know. So, I mean, I don't know. That's just me, man. I'm kind of stuck in that age. I'm one of those guys that don't like you to be able to ping off a tower and find out my location. Does that make sense?
But buddy, you were 29, remember?
That's right. So for 29 years, I don't want my location to be found. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense.
I don't think it's the government's right to even know where I'm at, whether I'm a criminal or not.
Mm-hmm.
Let them take the tax dollars and search out and find me. They're not going to ping me and make their job easy.
You know what, buddy? The last cell phone I had, I dropped it in the limousine in the city. And when I made my way up in another car, I got a phone call and they said, well, we got your cell phone. I said, you know what? Just keep the fucking thing. I don't want it anymore. Anyway.
You know what, man? I don't want to not change with the times. It's not really that. It's just that I probably know too much and I just kind of don't. I don't like it. And, you know, for all other reasons, it's wonderful to have an updated phone with all the bells and whistles, you know, where you can do everything when you need to. And hey, if I had a different lifestyle, I would too, you know, whether hey, Packy, does it say special blend at the bottom or are those the Marlboro gold? They can't say lights or it's against the law.
I don't know. It's a simple one.
Hold it up. Let me see the bottom right up under where it says Marlboro. Nope, on the front.
Gold
on
pack.
The front.
Gold pack.
So it's not the special blend because they look just alike.
It says gold pack.
There you go. So you got the real deal. See, there was a big lawsuit, so you'll never see another pack of cigarettes that says lights on it.
Really?
Never. Any brand, you'll never see it again.
That was misleading.
Yes. Now,
misleading what?
All right, hold on. I'm going to show you this gold pack, which is just like yours. Instead of saying lights, they have to say smooth, mellow flavor. They can't say lights anymore. That was the end result of the lawsuit. But see if you can show him that over there. All right, look.
So, buddy, what did the lawyers argue with that case?
Well, my understanding, I never really looked into it heavy, but my understanding was there was a woman that went to work at the cigarette factory and she never smoked. And so, okay, Crystal's already telling me I'm wrong. So I'll just, okay, basically.
I think whether it's lights or regular cigarettes, you're still going to get the same cancer from the fucking cigarettes. So, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what the lawsuit was about. Supposedly she never smoked. She only smoked for like a couple of years and she smoked the lights and she got cancer and died. And so the family sued and they won the lawsuit, man. I don't know how much $72 million is what they got.
Right. So that's what I mean by misleading. You know, whether it's lights or just regular cigarettes.
And everybody kind of knew it was misleading, but that particular family, when their
It
mother
says Surgeon General warning: smoking causes lung cancer, heart disease, emphysema, and may complicate
right, but
pregnancy.
but they were also advertising that the lights were not as bad as the other ones, and it was. Okay, there you go. Look at this gold pack on Crystal's thing there. Can you see it, Packy? Now you see how it says special blend under Marlboro?
Yes.
Okay, that's another gold pack, but it's not like yours.
So what's the difference?
There's a difference, but I can't tell you exactly what. You know.
Hey, buddy, please show me your face, buddy. I want to see your face, buddy. Please.
Shotgun will describe me when we meet here in a few days or whatever.
Hey, buddy, you're meeting Shotgun. You're meeting that womanizer, and you refuse to show me your face.
Well, I mean, if we were closer, Packy, we would have already met somewhere, man.
Dude, I will come in a jiffy if you want to meet me. I would buy the next flight and I'll be there.
Are you serious?
The reason she won that much money in that lawsuit was because of that Philip Morris lawsuit years ago, where for many years they were claiming that smoking their product didn't cause cancer. For all those years.
Yeah.
It was a bunch of baloney.
Yeah, it's a bunch of details. Bunch of details around the case. You know, both sides had their argument points or whatever, but anyway, they won. And
based on that, I guarantee you, her lawyers, they used that case, from that Philip Morris lawsuit, and they used that to their advantage. To get
sure they dug up everything they could. Yeah.
Anyway, I thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but they won it, and so now no cigarette companies can put. It's federal law. They cannot put lights on any cigarette brands any longer.
Yeah, because it's misleading. They don't want to give people that impression that just because it says lights, that it's less harmful.
Right.
And here I am smoking my brains out.
Yeah, I know, man. It's it's a terrible vice, man. But hey, it could be worse and it could be better.
Well, it's the only vice I got, man. I don't drink and I don't do fucking drugs, so.
Well, I got a few more. Let's see. I cuss a lot. That's a bad vice, and I do cigarettes. And I like kinky sex.
I like giving what?
I don't do hoes either.
Oh well, I'm not doing that anymore myself.
I never have, man.
And I went through a time period where you don't even want enough. In other words, yeah. Anyway, I'm not doing that anymore either.
I befriended some of them, but that's as far as that went.
Yeah, well, I friended them real deep. Let me put it that way.
Dirty boys. Dirty
I don't judge. I don't judge those kind of people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I have some kind of special feeling about prostitutes. I think we are just exploiting their financial situation.
Exploiting their financial situation?
Yes, we are exploiting. We are exploiting them because they are in a situation, whether financial or an addiction or any kind of.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
What do you
there's
mean us?
A lot of different things that surround.
Us means the people who buy them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of corrupt stuff that surrounds prostitutes, and people that get in. And I don't even like to really say prostitutes. Believe it or not, man. Some of it is not even their fault. You know what I mean?
I think they are victim.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Man.
And most of them have pimps who are like goons who beat them and.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it all depends.
Buddy, mark my words, buddy. Not now, but if I become like somebody powerful, if I get into something good, I'm gonna do something, and you're gonna be proud that, oh, this guy, I knew it that he's gonna do something.
I could tell you a story but I'm not going. I'll decide whether to tell you the story or not. But I've been friends with prostitutes all my life, man.
Well, I have for the past probably 20 years, man. In the neighborhood, man, by a coffee shop.
They're good. They're good people.
They are, man. Actually, myself and an older friend, we were sitting there one day having a coffee, and one of them came up to us because she was friends with us. She knew she always talked to us, and she had a couple of black eyes, and she had some scratch marks to her face. And I said to her, I said, what happened to you? And she looked at me, and she looked at my friend, and then she was uncomfortable, eh? And then she said, well, I'm going to tell you guys what happened. She said, I almost got killed last night at the cemetery, just, over there. And I knew exactly what she was talking about. It's a block away. And so we said to her, we said, what happened? She said, well, some fucking creep, he took me over there, and he was a John, right? And then he tried to, choke her out and stuff, and he started beating on her, and he almost did her in, man. He left her there for dead.
Right.
Yeah, man. And I looked at her. I said, "Holy fuck."
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well, the problem.
Oh my god.
Did you tell the cops? And she said, "No, fuck them. What are they gonna do for me? They're just gonna fucking give me a hassle, and they already know who I am, and all that, right?" I said, "Yeah, you got a point. Because here she is trying to, do her thing to supply her habit, right? She doesn't want to be walking up and down that block and having, now to worry about the cops watching her do her thing, right? You know what I'm saying?"
That's bad. That's bad. I'll be back. Okay, just in a minute.
Yeah, man. So that kind of fucking blew me away, man. Here she was. We knew, looking at her, that she was so fucking lucky. And I told her, I said, "You're so lucky to be here, standing here, telling us this story right now."
You're right, Jose. You're so right.
She could have been another statistic, man.
Yeah, the problem is with that life, so many things surround it. It's crazy in all facets.
Well, the thing is, that's my hometown, and I've never heard of anything like that happen there with those kind of that lifestyle. And I was just shocked to see her right in front of me, the way she looked, and her telling me that story. I was just like in disbelief, eh?
Oh, it'll rip you apart, man, sometimes. But yeah, man, I could keep you on here all night. But anyway, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know, man. Anyway, I thought I'd share that with you guys, man.
Yeah, man, it's a shame. It's just another heartache of life,
Hello, boys and girls. Hello, you Trump sucking fucker. What's up? DeMello,
hey,
Crystal,
hey,
Shotgun.
What's
another
that,
great day.
Yes, it is.
What's going on, Richard?
So DeMello was telling me last night what an asshole you are, buddy. Said you were swearing at him. And,
see, I told you, DeMello. I mean, I told you there's no reason for me to have a nice phone because the best thing they ever say to me is "you son of a bitch" or "motherfucker."
Yeah. Richard, you rock, man.
Yeah.
Well, I finally, Chinese New Year, believe it or not, it's in fucking January, along with the other fucking New Years of the world. Thai New Year was last week. Go fucking figure. But anyhow, we have a party on Chinese New Year. So I wanted the new dining room table, the new wallpaper, and here it is, fucking almost August already. And the wallpaper guy is finally downstairs putting the wallpaper in. So I guess it'll be ready for next fucking Chinese New Year. But the king is happy. He has this fabulous new wallpaper to go with his dining room table. And I'll take a picture when they're done. Show you later.
How do they say Happy New Year in Chinese? Hong Song Choi? Something like that?
I don't give two fucks how they say it because I don't speak Chinese.
So why'd you bring it up?
Because I'm trying to make the point that I tried to get the fucking shit done 4 months ago and they're finally arriving today.
So I'll say this to you, Richard.
They're late.
How do they say it?
I do know how to say it in Thai.
Leho.
Swati Pimai is Happy New Year in Thai. I do know how to say that.
Leho means hi.
Ni hao means hi too. Maybe it's the difference between Mandarin and the other one. Yeah. Yeah, and the only thing I heard in Asia, so when I left America and went over there, it was the same meaning for what they usually said to me. It just changed language. Like putting in a moa, that means you son of a bitch, you motherfucker, your mama's a whore.
You know what I find funny about the Thai language is all of the like new inventions and common things. They don't create a new Thai word. They create a new English word and add it to the Thai vocabulary. So a cell phone isn't, have some Thai name. It's actually called a cell phone. And there's a lot of words that, evidently after they sealed the Thai dictionary closed, everything that came afterwards is in English, which is kind of weird. I think that's probably unique in most languages. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, so what are you guys doing today? I miss Packy. Oh well, hopefully he'll be back.
Yeah, he'll be back later probably. Let's see, what's the latest? Let's see, what did I see today as far as news? Wow.
Fucking Bill O'Reilly got canned. That's pretty amazing.
Exactly. That was one of the things I saw is the sexual harassment thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. He was off shaking hands with the Pope.
The Pope. Yeah, at the Vatican. What a turd.
Yeah, I never liked that guy. The thing I didn't like about him was he was one of those people that sort of lied because he felt the ends justified the means. I saw him talking about marijuana one time. And he said, well, the addiction rate for marijuana, we'll just random number call it 10%. So he said the addiction rate for marijuana is 10%. And if twice as many people start smoking marijuana, the addiction rate will go up to 20%. And I'm like, what? Who in the fuck told you to say something that fucking stupid? If 10% of the people are addicted, and you have twice as many, it's still going to be 10 fucking percent. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? But he's just trying to bullshit people every way you can, thinking everybody's ignorant. And I even hate to admit this, but I did this one time. He had a show on some child, NAMBLA, I think it's called, some child organization that wants to lower the age, and they're probably mostly pedophiles, whatever. But he had a show, and he said on their site, all you have to do is go to their site, and they'll teach you how to trick children into having sex. And he said all this shit. I said, okay, fine. I'm going to go to the fucking site and see if this guy's completely blowing smoke out of his ass or if this craziness is really true. And everything he said was a lie. Everything on that site. And I'm not defending these people. I'm just saying that he lied about all this stuff. And the only thing on the site was that they believed the age should be lowered and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, they love children. It was pretty weird, but there was nothing about how, there's nothing about how to go and rape children like he claimed on his show. It was nothing like that at all. So he's just a big fucking lying douchebag. I don't care if he fucking harassed people or not.
He's a sick motherfucker.
He is a sick fucker. He came out one time and quoted a lady from a newspaper that doesn't even fucking exist. He made up the name of the lady, made up the name of the newspaper. Why wasn't he fired for that kind of shit? You know?
I don't understand why the fucking Pope would allow this guy to have a fucking press, opportunity with him at the Vatican today.
Well, because the Pope's a forgiving guy. That's kind of his thing. Right. He wants to, he's like, yeah, you might be a scumbag, but, you know, if I can help you and you can get to heaven, you know, that's what I'm supposed to do.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
Yeah, who knows? You're right. If I was the Pope, I'd say, I'm sorry, you know, go talk to your fucking priest, go to counseling, come back next year, and we'll maybe.
Yeah, you know, go to the Wailing Wall and fucking knock your head on that Wailing Wall all day, and you should be okay.
Yeah, you could tell right from that current affair video where he's yelling and screaming at those people that he's just a complete asshole right from the beginning. I'm sure you've seen that video. Do it now, do it live, do it live.
Yeah, yeah. You see, I have a bit of an attitude here, right? With the Wailing Wall and him knocking his head all day there and praying.
Oh, yeah. Fucking, I think that Sean Hannity's even worse. Fuck me, I seen him with it at the end of a President Obama's speech. Obama says, I don't hate insurance executives, and this is what I want. He comes out directly after the speech and starts going off for 10 minutes about how Obama said he hated insurance executives. And I'm sitting there like, why? You know, he's got an earpiece in. Somebody has to have told him that he's fucking being stupid. The guy that's sitting there in the interview, his mouth just about dropped open. He has no idea what to say. He's like, this guy's just lying his ass off. What am I supposed to do? And he just sort of nodded, okay, you know. Fuck.
And to think that this guy worked at Fox for over, what, 20 years?
Yeah, I think they said 21 fucking years. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
And they hit it right on the nail right on the head. You know, that Oberman guy, you know, I saw like a Yahoo thing. So why do you suppose he's been there? Is it just about the money? And he just immediately said yes. He says it's about three things: the money, the money, and the money. You know. But finally, you know, the money. You know, yeah. That's just another example of how advertisers, the general public, really can put enough pressure on businesses. Even, you know, they may even lose $4 or $5 million a year by getting rid of O'Reilly, but they're going to lose $8 million a year if they don't. So the public sort of forced the issue.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good thing. And, you know, I guess, you know, I don't believe he is, but I really haven't seen any court decisions that have proven him guilty either. But they have given away apparently $13 million to victims. So he can't be fucking innocent either, right?
Oh, it's good riddance. I think they're pretty happy with that fucking deal, buddy. I'll be honest. I think Fox is pretty happy with that.
Well, somebody's going to be happy to move up into his spot. That's for sure. It's like Johnny Carson retiring. Everybody's chomping at the bit to get the job, you know?
This O'Reilly guy, man, he turned a lot of stomachs. I'll be honest with you, man.
Yeah, and I've always maintained that even though he has a really large audience, that doesn't mean that all of those people watching like him or even agree with him. I think he had a huge following of people laughing at him, thinking he's a complete fucking douchebag, rather than giving a fuck about any. You know, every time I watched him, I didn't watch him because I liked him. You know, I might have been flipping through the channels. The only reason I would leave it on is to see how many seconds it would take before he would make some sort of ridiculous exaggeration or outright lie, and then I'd move on.
Right. And I think a lot of people did the same thing, man, what you just said there, man. And I was one of them too, man.
Yeah, and they say the same thing about liberal stations. They'll say conservatives watch them to, you know, just laugh at them and disagree with the things that they believe are wrong.
just like that other guy. What's his name? He got caught. He was on painkillers and shit. That big.
Oh, Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, Rush Limbaugh. Yeah, that clown.
Yeah, I mean, the problem I have with those kind of people is if they would tone it, if they would act more like you, they could get their point across, and then everybody like me and you couldn't sit around and say they're liars, they're douchebags, and all that. Then all people would do is concentrate on their opinion about the way the world should be run and their conservatism or their liberalism or whatever it is. But when you start incorporating bullshit, people should stop paying attention to you. And that's the part I hate, is just keep it honest,
Right. Yeah, because usually they have an agenda, eh?
And I don't even care about the agenda as long as it's only presented, if it's presented truthfully, that's okay with me. I don't mind.
Unbiased. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
It doesn't even have to be unbiased. It just has to be truthful. If they come up and say, I'm a biased motherfucker, and I'm just all out about capitalism and conservatism, that's what I think, and here's why, that's okay with me. I don't mind. I think unbiased, I'd like to see some unbiased. Now, I don't know who the fuck's doing it. I don't think anybody's doing it anymore, but I would like to see, like, the ABC, CBS, somebody to have a Walter Cronkite kind of person.
Right.
That just gives the fucking facts and then says, good night. Figure it out yourself.
That's it. That's it. That was the good old days, man. That's what I remember in the early 70s, man.
Yeah, the thing I remember from that show was every night at the end of the news, they put up the supposed body count of the Vietnam War. Clear as a bell. That's the one thing I remember from my childhood, was watching all those horrible numbers every night on CBS Evening News.
Yeah, I remember that too, Richard.
Yeah, that was in the day before, they printed all that nasty shit in Life magazine, and, they didn't, I don't really know how they stopped that. I don't know if they stopped that with some kind of law, or people just agreed voluntarily to stop doing it. But people decided that was a horrible plan to print cut open bodies in magazines,
That was a long time ago, man.
And I think, I don't know, you can call it a conspiracy theory, but part of the reason that the governments would want that stuff to go away is not to end war, it's to perpetuate war. That was the problem. People said, wow, this is so horrible and nasty, we better stop it. It wasn't like, oh, isn't this fucking wonderful, let's keep doing it, right? So what's the motivation? The motivation has to be, well, if we don't show them the truth, then we can keep having wars and they won't complain as much, right? Of course, you got guys like Buddy complaining they didn't send 591 missiles instead of 59 over to Syria.
Now you got it. Now you got it. Get him on. I'm a warmonger.
All you Trump fuckers are warmongers.
I'm telling you. But what other news other than Bill O'Reilly? I can't remember. Damn it, I'm having a brain fart. I watched about 3 different things today.
And the King's wallpaper.
Yeah, and I saw the Sean Spicer press conference, and of course there was,
Oh, here's some interesting news. Do you see that thing in Massachusetts where they dropped 20,000 drug convictions because of some clown in the drug lab that got caught falsifying some?
Wow.
20 fucking thousand in cases. 7 Massachusetts districts, all thrown out and released because of one idiot in a drug lab that was being a douchebag.
That's fucking heavy.
I always knew that existed. I will be honest with you about that, because I heard, in my walk of life, I heard stories all the time how, and I believed a lot of these people I knew well, and they told me the stories and I actually believed them, but, of course, no way from civilian life to prove it. But I always heard those stories, man.
Yeah, when I got forced by the cops one time because I blew under the breathalyzer. So instead of releasing me like any fucking sensible person would have done, they went to the judge and demanded a blood test, you know, to look for drugs because they were wrong and I wasn't drunk. So the first thing I said is if you're going to take my blood, I demand to have some of the blood you're taking. You know, once you take it out of me, I want some out of that sample. I don't want a second one out of my arm. I said, whatever you're going to take and analyze, I demand to have enough so I can have it taken to a private lab to analyze it because I don't trust you fuckers. And, you know, they didn't even know what to say. Well, that's the first time anybody's demanded or asked about that. Let me go see. And eventually I got what I wanted. But, yeah, it was, I was kind of pissed off at that whole deal too. I blew a .000 on the fucking breathalyzer. And instead of just admitting they were fucking wrong and stupid, you know, they have to fucking escalate the issue. And then the next day I go to the fucking judge and the judge looks at the prosecutor and says, what do you think we should do about this? And the guy's, well, I think we should fine him $400 and, you know, a month in jail or something. And the fucking judge laughed out loud. He looked at me, says, go out front and get the paperwork, ask for a jury trial, and see you later. This guy's a fucking idiot. You know? Right. Fucking people are crazy, man.
I could tell you a bunch of horror stories in the corrupt cop business, but I'll tell you, without detailing it, I'll tell you a real quick one. And I don't know, a few months back, I don't know who was in here, but so it's 2:30 in the morning. I'm in my van. I'm riding down to my house at the coast. I pull off from a stoplight right on Kings Highway, which is the road that runs parallel with the ocean. And as soon as I make a right at the stoplight, fucking about 6 fucking cops barricade my ass in, right? So get out of the car, put your hands on top of the fucking car, blah, 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 blah. You know, all the, you know, felony rapist bullshit, you know, syndrome shit. And so I get out of the van, put my hands on top of it, and they frisk me down and all this shit. And then they start, I said, hey man, what the fuck are you, you know, I mean, you know, what the fuck are you guys pulling me over for? And why all the drama? And they said, well, we have reason to believe this van is stolen. I said, really? So I know that before you pulled me over, surely you called in my fucking tag. And they said, no, we're just getting to that. And I went, so you barricaded me in. You 6 of you were together with no premonition, and no one was following me. You didn't call in my tag, and you think my fucking van is stolen. So what gave you the idea my van was stolen? And they didn't want to answer any of my questions. They were being assholes. So see, that made me more of an asshole. And it got to the point, man, to where I was ready to go to. Look, I'm not even going to tell you that side of my personality. But once I feel I'm being done in, I don't give a fuck anymore, you know?
Right.
And I told them, I said, well, what the fuck you need to do is, you know, figure out what you're going to do with me, and let's get this show on the road. So I had the van loaded down with all kinds of equipment and shit. And then, anyway, I could detail it, everything, but to get to the bottom line. So then at the end of the ball of wax, they couldn't get me for shit. And they says, well, we're just going to cut you a citation for going 65 and a 45. I said, well, how is that fucking possible, dude? I just pulled off from the fucking stoplight. You pulled me over within 1 block of the stoplight and my van's loaded down. You know I was only going 15 or 20 miles an hour. How is that possible? And they said, well, that's what you're going to get. And I went, I tell you what, I want to see it on your fucking radar. No, we're not going to show it to you. And I went, really? So now you're not going to show it to me on the radar. I said, okay, that's cool. Go ahead and do what you want to do. But I'm going to tell you right now, do whatever you want to. What is that? No. Oh, okay. Well, do whatever you want to. Yeah, do whatever you want to do. But I'll put it to you like this right now. Number one, you're never going to get a fucking dime out of me. And number two, the best thing you can do is put me in jail right now. Oh, no, we're not going to put you in jail.
Packy, stop
Go
that
ahead,
shit.
Packy. Go ahead, Packy.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it can work oppositely, buddy. I got the same kind of story. I get pulled over. In a 74 jacked up Mustang muscle car with 5, chrome gauges across the hood. It's a really, really unique car in Anchorage, Alaska. So the cop pulls me over. I said, "What'd you pull me over for?" He said, "Well, we have a report of a rapist that just left the scene in a Mustang." And I said, and I looked at the cop, I said, "Dude, did they tell you it was a Mustang, or did they tell you it was a jacked up muscle car with 5 fucking gauges across the hood that is also a Mustang?" I said, "Do you really think they would have just said it was a Mustang if this was really the car?" And the guy thought about it for about 2 seconds, and he zoomed out of the parking lot looking for the actual Mustang. And Packy, sorry to mute you, but you're just like clicking and being weird, and I don't know what the fuck's wrong with your mic, but try again. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just fixing something.
Okay. But yeah, that was kind of a weird deal too, buddy. At first I'm like, man, what's wrong with this fucking guy?
Yeah.
And then he's looking for a rapist. But I convinced that guy in less than 10 seconds to go actually find the real rapist,
Right. So the end of my story. Go ahead, DeMella.
He was wasting his time, Richard. That's fucking cop.
Yeah, he was, and it could have been just a bullshit story. He might have been checking to see if I was drunk or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
He didn't fuck with me after I pointed out that nobody would describe my car as just a Mustang. That would be stupid.
Right. He knew you were no dummy when you said that to him.
Right.
Well, so the end of my story was, so they cut me this citation. There was many details I could go on about what I said to them and blah, blah, blah. Man, you don't even want to hear that part. But anyway, so I go on about my way. They hand me the citation. And so up comes the court day. And so it's in a little beach called Surfside Beach, which is right beside the beach where my house is at. And I already know the whole goddamn town's corrupt and they all know each other, right? I've heard all the stories, because I own that place, 17, 18 years. So I know all the fucking stories through the years. And it's a little Mayberry RFD fucking bullshit, So I go to the little courthouse there. It's 3 blocks from the ocean, a little town hall bullshit. And I walk in, they call my case. So I got the cop. They said, "Are you gonna, And I said, "No, I'm gonna represent myself." And they said, "Well, I don't know if that's, smart. You need to probably get some." And I said, "I'm not getting shit. I'm not hiring nobody, and nobody's ever gonna get a dime. Let's move on with my case." And they said, "All right." So the judge didn't like me anyway. I think you could tell the judge was already talking smart to me when my case came up. Because another thing he told me, he said, here in North Carolina, okay, so that's in South Carolina where my house is at. That's where it all happened. But he saw that I had North Carolina driver's license. So he said, "Let me just tell you something." I almost fucked up and said my real name. But anyway, he said, "Let me just tell you." He said, "We don't have prayer for judgment down here." And I went, "I really don't care what you have. And I don't care about your prayer for judgment either." I said, "Why, you just saying that to me because you see I'm from North Carolina?" I said, "But I really don't care what laws you have down here. I didn't break any laws. And you're going to clearly see in just a minute, I didn't break any laws. And let me go ahead and say one more time, because I can tell that you've already been prepped for my case. You'll never get this courthouse will never get one single solitary dime out of me, no matter what." And he said, "Really?" And I said, "Really? That's right." And so he said, "Okay, we'll go ahead and call your first witness in." I said, so I got the officer the main officer that was dealing with me most out there, and the one that wrote me the citation. I said, okay, so you wrote me this citation for 65 and a 45, and you pulled me a half a block from the stoplight. You want to tell me how that's possible? Well, and he lied, and I said, so, okay. So you know that's not possible to gain that amount of speed in that distance from a stoplight in a van like I was in. You know that's impossible. But let's move on. So when I asked you to see my speed on the radar, why wouldn't you show it to me? You didn't ever ask me. I said, bullshit. You told me you weren't going to show me my speed on your radar. You know why? Because you know damn good and well that I fucking wasn't speeding. But we'll move on. Let me ask you this. Who calibrates your fucking radar for you? Oh, well, we do that in the mornings. I said, so you have no certification from any independent organization to calibrate your radar. You can set the son of a bitch yourself any way you want, right? He says, well, yeah. And I went, okay. I tell you what. So why did you originally pull me over? Well, we thought your van was stolen. I said, well, you thought my van was stolen, but you said you never called in my tag number. So how is that possible that you thought my fucking van was stolen when you hadn't even called in my tag number when you pulled me over? I said, that's what I thought. I said, you know what? I could go on and on with this case, but I rest my case, Your Honor. I've done nothing wrong. I've broke no laws, and I don't know who they were looking for or what their game was. And I already know all y'all know each other from Surfside Pier. I know you eat down there at the fucking restaurant together, but I'm not going to pay this fucking courthouse one fucking dime. Y'all know I didn't do anything wrong. Now, if you want to railroad me, go ahead and give it your best fucking shot. But I'm telling you now, when I walk out that door, I'm not paying the fucking clerk of court a fucking dime. You might as well go ahead and put me in jail if you're going to find me, because I'm not paying you shit. And he said, you'll pay. So I'm going to fine you $150 and just pay the clerk of court on the way out. And I said, well, Judge, just remember what I told you. I don't know who you think I was raised by, but I wasn't raised by no fool. So I didn't do anything wrong. So even if you fucking cut my throat right here in this fucking courthouse, you're not getting a goddamn dime out of me. And I walked out. I never paid a fucking dime. I had a lawyer check my fucking driving record. I'm talking about extensively. That fucking citation or that court case was never even registered on the fucking books.
Wow.
They couldn't even find a trace of it, man. And I was like, well, I was in court this day at this time. I talked to this judge, and this cop is one. They said, I don't care. There's no record of it, so you don't have anything to worry about. And I said, because I thought that, there'd be a warrant for my arrest for not paying the clerk of court, right? Sure. But I never heard another word. So you talking about a Shanghai job, boy. That was a Shanghai job right there. But, so I know there's corruption, but there's a lot of great, honest cops out there, too. I'm not, saying, they're all bad. But I've seen a lot of dirty shit.
I don't know, man. I think just the fact that somebody would want to apply to be a police officer makes them a questionable character to begin with, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, I will say this. To substantiate your claim. The police departments were at a record all-time low as far as, not having enough police officers. And they basically were running them through out here at the Technical Community College. All you had to do was go to the Technical Community College for like 3 months.
Yeah. And I think they weed out the worst of them. But the truth is, I think that you're a little psychologically deranged to want to run around and pester people by giving them tickets and, be in this revolving door, putting these crack dealers in jail. And it's just, it's the kind of job a normal, sensible person would not want to have. That's
Your Majesty, when you're in problem, who's the first one you call?
Call your lawyer.
No,
I don't call the police, Packy. I really don't. If I have a problem, I try to solve it myself.
If somebody is in a, if
Let me put
somebody
it this
is in
way,
your house,
Packy. The one time I did call the police, my house was robbed. The police did absolutely nothing. I tracked down all of the stolen items from my house until the very last item. I had to kick the door of a crack house open, point my 45 at everybody, and say, "Where's my other fucking 45 that looks just like this? Somebody better fucking come up with it." And they gave me this hooker. They said, "This hooker will take you to where your fucking gun is. Now please leave." So the hooker got in the car. We went and got my gun. But I got my TV set. I got my wife's jewelry. We got our guns. The cops were absolutely no help at all. In fact, it was so bad that the people that originally robbed the house had some of the things downstairs in the apartment building. I went downstairs in the apartment building. I called the police. I said, "I have found some of my items. Please send an officer over here." And they said, "No." I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean no?" "Oh, we're busy. We're there." I said, "Fine." You know, they gave me back some of our shit. And, you know, I went out and bought another fucking gun. I had to buy another gun so I could fucking point it at these fuckers to get the rest of my shit back. And the police were absolutely no help whatsoever. So don't tell me about calling the police and how great that's going to fucking work out.
but that was in Thailand. That was in Thailand.
No, that was in Anchorage, Alaska.
Yeah. Well, okay, so yeah, we could talk about that all night, I guess. But I don't know, man.
I thought HP was referring to something else, man. You know, if you know, if someone, you know, like myself was charged with something, you know, you need a lawyer, man.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I personally know some pretty damn good cops that ended up being cops, you know. So when I was younger, I was working with them at, you know, different places through the years, and it ends up that, you know, it became a cop, and they seem to become a cop for the right reasons. In other words.
Yeah, I know, buddy. I think those are the outliers, though. I think most of them, I think they're like the stereotype that they're the kids that were like picked on and beat up in high school or whatever. They want to get revenge on everybody for the rest of their life is a pretty accurate stereotype. They're these steroid wannabe fucking bodybuilding thugs who want to go out and exert their power with their badge and their gun at every fucking ridiculous opportunity. And to me, most of the shit they do is really picking on people. They're picking on poor people, and they pull over, you know, young kids because their cars are red. They're not out pulling over the Mercedes Benzes. They're not out looking for Bernie Madoffs. You know, they're out there on the streets fucking with poor people because the poor people can't do anything about it. You know.
Well, I kind of had that attitude when I was younger, but as life went on, I realized there were some good people in it for the right reasons.
Rich people don't even need the fucking cops. People don't go, you know, robbing $1 million mansions. They have security systems. They got a fucking dog or two. They're out off in the neighborhood they can't really even get to. You know, nobody in the upper middle class or the upper class needs a fucking cop for anything.
Well, I don't know that I agree with any of those talking points, but that's cool. I understand. I've had a lot of corrupt police officers around me through the years. So,
but the police aren't even allowed on my dad's gated community. It's private property. They need a warrant to come into a 2,000 fucking acre neighborhood with 500 houses. They're not even allowed there because those people decided, look, we don't fucking want the cops here, you know, pulling us over for DUIs when we're going back and forth, partying at our friend's house on our gated community. Fuck them. You know, people are sick of cops, dude.
That's private property.
I understand. But unfortunately, that's not the rest of society. They don't live in a gated community.
Well, poor people should get better fucking jobs and move up. That's what I say. Fuck.
Well, I don't know. I don't agree with. I know a lot of good cops that are in it for the right reasons because they really do try to make a difference.
A lot of people die because of being DUI. If there was no DUI, more people would die.
All those assholes would find another way to die. So what?
If you knew my real life story in all categories, you would easily understand why I should never like the cops for any reason whatsoever. But I have to say, man, you know, as I've lived life, being as I'm only 29, I know some good ones that are in it for the right reasons, so I can't really say that, you know. So
I don't dislike cops, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that the pool of employees they have to choose from is just kind of bad from the start, and they do the best they can to hire the least worst of the group that applies for the job.
I will run with that because that's been one of the main problems. So I'll say it a different way, but which is basically saying the same thing you are. They are very undertrained and their ego overrides their brain. And some of them are weight pushing, steroid taking cops. I know about those guys, but I'm just saying, and it's a shame that they haven't had more training. And that
I asked a trooper one time. I said, the state troopers, the state police, they get almost weekly and monthly training. And I asked, I said, why is it that you guys are just such better police officers than these patrol officer idiots? And he said the same thing you said. He says, because of the training. He says, we get constant training. And these patrol officers, you know, they get 90 days and then it's on the job. Good luck, you know. So, of course, they're not very good at it.
Oh man, you got no idea those guys that are just going through the technical institute and becoming cops real quick because they need more cops. Oh man, they're so golly, man. I mean, so I will totally substantiate that theory in that manner. I'll tell you one more quick story that happened to me. I won't tell you what the situation was, but basically the cops were called on somebody I knew that was real close to me, blah, blah, blah. I was downtown and he started questioning me on a personal level why I was doing what I was doing. And I said, well, let me leave it like this. I don't want him to die. That's why. And he said, well, this and well, that. And I said, motherfucker. And then I got pissed because the motherfucker ain't even supposed to be personally involved in my situation anyway. I said, I just looked at him right there in the building, people all around us and his cop friends. I said, motherfucker, let me ask you something. Have you ever even had a fucking kid in your life? I said, that's what I thought. Why don't you shut the fuck up and just do your job and don't fucking worry about what I do?
You know, the sheriff is kind of in charge of the county, right?
Well, so then he says, step outside. I said, yeah, let's step outside a minute. And he tried to, you know, he got up in my face, you know, about an inch from my face. And he goes, so what did you have to say in there now? I said, motherfucker, you heard exactly what I fucking said. You think you and your buddy's going to get out here and fucking blackball me? Give it your best fucking shot. I'll have your goddamn badge by tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon, motherfucker. Now let's fucking rock and roll. What do you want to do? You want to try to whip my ass? Let's fucking rock, motherfucker. And anyway, he backed down. And then when we went back in, I was so goddamn pissed, but I had to keep my shit together because of the circumstances that were surrounding. If I'd have been a little bit younger, being as I'm only 29, if I'd have been a little bit younger, I'd have scrapped with all three of those fucking cops right there in the goddamn building and whooped their goddamn ass all over that fucking building. But anyway, I went back in. I told a friend that I was there for. I'll just leave it like that. I said, hey, you know what? Just try to get your shit together and maybe you can become as good as this dumb motherfucker over here and make $24,000 a year. Go out here for 3 months and run the 50-yard dash a couple of times, and you can already be up to the level of this dumb son of a bitch right here and make you $24,000 a year. I was trying every fucking way I could after that son of a bitch did what he did. You know, I was trying every way I could to push his buttons after that.
Here's a funny story for you.
They're corrupt as hell, a lot of them, but there's some good ones out there, man.
Buddy.
Hold on a sec, Packy. Let me tell Buddy this. You know how the sheriff's like in charge of everything, right? Well, the under sheriff, the second in command in this town I lived in Montana, before, I don't know how in the fuck she ever got to be under sheriff, but it's a girl. She's this really young, cute girl. That's probably why. But it's like a cliche. She took her gun out and actually shot herself in her own foot once. And I had some dealing with her one time, and I asked her, I said, I heard you actually shot yourself in the foot. Is that true? And she sort of smirked and laughed a little bit and said, yeah, it's true. You know, I'm like, what the fuck, honey? You know, it's like a bad movie or something. How the fuck you do that? You know?
But anyway, yeah, we'll get on some better topics. So what else in the news?
But buddy, I just want to say, buddy, that the Steven Seagal DP suits you completely.
Well, you want to hear a little phrase about that? That's kind of strange you say that, but my life was real close to his, as a matter of fact.
Really?
I think it suits you. I think it suits you, man. It's cool.
It suits you a lot.
It's kind of crazy, but I'll leave the rest of that alone.
Do you like him? Do you like him or what?
Yeah, I like him.
Nothing wrong with Steven Seagal. I kind of like him too. They say he's kind of creepy. The girls say he's kind of creepy when they go feed him.
I'll tell you something else I admire about him. He hates everybody in Hollywood, and so do I.
Oh, there you go.
I don't blame him.
I only saw like a little bit of one show where he's a sheriff's deputy or something in one town, but it was kind of cool. It's like the guy asked him for his autograph. You know, he's like, "Hey, can I get your autograph, Mr. Seagal?" You know, no, just get in the car, fucker. You know?
I just make a
I've seen that.
statement, but in the music category in my real life, there's a musician that was doing the exact same things I was doing, and it turns out Steven Seagal was basically at one time pretty damn close to my path of life too, even though he carried it to degrees that my life didn't take me to quite those degrees, but it was strange once I learned a little bit about these two characters that it's almost who I am. So it's been kind of.
I think it's Ted Nugent.
I love Ted Nugent. Do you know the guy's never done drugs or drank beer?
Yeah, I know. He's an unusual rocker, that's for sure.
Yeah, he rocks, man. He is so fucking cool, man.
Yeah, he has a big place in Waco, Texas, doesn't he?
Yeah, is that where his hunting stuff is? Maybe, yeah.
Well, he's like bought a bunch of land, different places for hunting, but I think his mainstay is in. I keep thinking Waco, Texas.
Or maybe up like near Michigan or something. I think he has, he comes from like Detroit area.
Yeah,
so I think Michigan, he has a place in Michigan too. But he used to come, when I lived in Alaska, he'd come up every year to go bear hunting. And everybody followed the news. Oh, Ted's doing this, Ted's doing that. Every year he'd come up bear hunting.
Yeah, I think the animal rights people were always giving him a tough time on all that hunting and stuff. But
I like seeing him on the gun control issue. When that comes around, you find him on the news, saying you people are nuts with your gun control bullshit,
Yeah, but yeah, Packy, I guess you could say that. That would be a fair statement. Which takes me back to when I first took my first martial arts course. I remember the teacher made a fucking example out of me. He knocked my fucking ass out and knocked the breath out of me when I woke up. I was mad as a motherfucker, and I said, "What the fuck did you do that for?" And I know what he was doing, but I don't know why my mind just went back to that. But he knocked my fucking ass out, man. And I mean, man, when I came to, I was a mad son of a bitch. And anyway, he made an example out of me in front of the class. But I remember when I first got started in martial arts, and I look back now, and he probably taught me more from doing that after my anger and after time. I'm gonna say after 6 months went by, I understood. But it took me about 6 months to understand now. That motherfucker, man.
So, buddy, what practice you used to? What style you used to practice?
Cat scratch fever.
Scratch fever?
Exactly.
Yeah, cat scratch fever.
Cat scratch fever. You ever heard of that, man?
No, Steven Seagal is one of those who were
Wango Tango.
No, who were taught by the founder of Aikido. He was one of those students yes, yes. He learned directly from the founder of Aikido.
No, he did not. He learned from the founder's daughter. The founder was already dead.
No. Aikido is not that old. Aikido was derived by Dr. Funakoshi Gichen's Shotokan. Because you know what?
No, that's not the founder, Packy.
I know Funakoshi Gichen was not the founder of Aikido, but I know this because I used to practice Kyokushin back in Pakistan. So I was into this martial arts a lot. So I know this. Let me go and confirm this whether he learned from Doctor, because Aikido's founder was a student of Doctor Funakoshi Gichen. That's the guy. That's the guy who 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 invented the style of Shotokan.
Right.
Let me go. Okay.
Yeah, you can. Okay, you can Google that. But what I was going to tell you was, he's got a lot more experience with masters of all martial arts, all the way down to Jeet Kune Do, more so than most people even know about. So
yeah, he comes to Bangkok and does sword training for people every few years.
Correct.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's amazing.
His whole life has been. I'll put it to you this way: if my life would have taken us, so I was at a crossroads in my life, and I had to make a choice. It was going to go down that alley more, or another alley, and it ended up being another alley. So I never pursued those things to that depth. So. But anyway,
if he fought Jean-Claude Van Damme, who would win?
Well, number one, I don't believe Jean-Claude Van Damme is really about shit anyway. That's just my opinion.
You don't think he's got the skills to fight him?
No.
Steven Seagal?
No, I think he's got skills, but not the skills I'm talking about. It was all fabricated bullshit. If you study a little bit about him, you'll see that. But anyway, what was he? Oh man, he was in shape. He could do, the leg split thing and all of that. But I mean,
oh my God, he had like 3 or 4 wives.
Who?
Steven Seagal.
Actually, more than that.
1, 2, 3, 4 wives on Wikipedia. 7 children, including Ayako.
Wikipedia, you're going to the wrong place. Wikipedia is always full of shit.
Okay, age of 13, Seagal.
But anyway, so what other news have you heard, Richard, in the news? How about North Korea? Anything on that? Uh-oh, he went to get a cigarette at the store. He didn't tell us. God damn it, Richard. Did anybody else see anything as far as North Korea?
Buddy, I think I was wrong, buddy. I think I was wrong.
That's all right.
Now, DeMello, I heard you mention Jean-Claude Van Damme as I was getting my coffee. What I find funny is that 3-way rivalry between Van Damme, Seagal, and Sylvester Stallone. You can find all kinds of videos where those 3 guys are talking shit about each other, about fights at parties, and Sylvester said this to him, and Van Damme's cracking on Seagal, and I just find that funny.
Yeah, Sylvester, I wouldn't even put him in there, man. I'm talking back in the day when both of them were younger, Jean-Claude Van Damme and.
Now, as far as the movie industry, they both did extremely well.
Yeah, I'm talking
about did well.
Hand-in-hand combat. I'm talking about Jean-Claude Van Damme and Steven Seagal.
Jean-Claude Van Damme wouldn't breathe but twice, and that's the first breath he took when he stepped up to him, and the second breath would be when he hit the fucking ground.
Yeah, the problem is that Van Damme is a really good maybe puncher and kicker, The problem is that the other guy, he's an expert in how to deal with punchers and kickers. So it's really difficult for if Seagal was also a puncher and kicker, he'd probably kick his ass. But he is an expert in how to deal with people just like Van Damme. And Van Damme is not an expert in how to deal with people like Seagal. So I would give the edge to Seagal for sure.
Yeah, and all of those things that you read about and everything, it's all bullshit created by Hollywood.
Chuck Norris? Okay, how about Chuck Norris?
The people that didn't like Seagal in Hollywood, they were always running false.
Well, it goes back to the same thing. I look at the philosophies and I look at the who knows what against whom, and the people that like you call them a counter puncher, but it's not really a counter punch. But the people that know how to defend themselves from the kickers and punchers do better against the kickers and punchers than the kickers and punchers do against them. So Norris is also a what they call a hard art puncher and kicker, and soft arts will generally win. That's why the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu did so well in MMA. He's not trying to punch and kick people. He's trying to lock them up and wrestle and joint locks and throws and things of that nature. Yeah. It's a lot easier to beat up somebody who only knows how to kick and punch if you're a wrestler than it is for the kicker and puncher to out wrestle the wrestler.
Yeah, it's really about superior angles and joint locks, really. But what did you say, DeMello? Chuck Norris?
Yeah, and
I really like that guy. He's for real, and he was really good at what he did.
Yeah, back in the day, man.
Yeah, he was really good at what he did, man. He really was. And yeah, their stories go on forever and a day.
But you know who I would pick to beat all these guys up, man, would be Bruce Lee, man.
Yeah. I mean, I highly respected, once I studied his life, I highly respect, just for, if nothing else, for the adversity that he overcame. There's a lot of stuff that happened behind the lines with him that I just look up to him for overcoming that, and before I even get to his martial arts, you know what I mean? So
he was like fast as lightning, man. He would have just let these guys have it. They wouldn't even see what was coming, man.
Oh yeah. I have to say I highly respect him for a number of different categories. So, but nothing latest on North Korea at all?
They say he got in a tremendous number of fights in China too. People were constantly,
that's right,
challenging him, and he wasn't the type of guy that said, "Oh, martial arts isn't about fighting." He'd be like, "Okay, let's go," which is kind of unusual in the world of highly trained martial artists. Usually, they're fighting's the last resort, but it was the opposite for Bruce. He was like, "Okay, fuckers, let's go, no problem."
Yeah, man. He was my favorite, man, was Bruce.
Yeah, I think some of the most dangerous people, you don't even know who they are. I think things like Hapkido and what the Israeli Special Forces teach. I can't think of the name of it right now.
Krav Maga.
Right. Krav Maga and things like ninjutsu. Those are about breaking bones and killing people. And you don't get to learn that so much if you go to any normal martial arts studio today.
Right.
I think, Your Majesty, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is the most effective one.
Oh yeah.
Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, all these other Shotokan, Tai Chi, Aikido, Tai Chi, whatever they call it.
That's why I like Hapkido. Aikido was originally designed so that a man standing by himself could be able to fight off an army coming at him for as long as he could. That's kind of where it started. And Hapkido,
but that's not true. Aikido is more fake, because I don't think Aikido is true.
Okay,
Aikido is a hoax.
Hapkido is sort of the next level. Aikido doesn't actually have any kicks, any offensive kicks or punches. So then some guy came along with Hapkido, which involved kicking and punching, devastating blows and Aikido. And I like that better than Aikido.
I don't know about Hapkido. I don't know about Hapkido, but Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is the most effective fighting style, I would say.
If it's one on one, perhaps, but you have to realize that's why I brought up the fighting groups of people. If you want to fight groups of people, you better know how to take one guy out with a throat punch really quickly, because there are 2 or 3 more might come along. You better know how to lock somebody up and swing them around and use them as a ball and chain, smacking his head into guy number 3 or 4. And with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it's pretty much a one-on-one situation. It's not really about what you do when 3 people attack you. And a lot of these other martial arts really are about, now, not that they're necessarily going to be effective if you get attacked by 3 people, but you're going to get trained a lot on how to grab somebody's arm and use that whole person as a weapon against somebody else and that sort of thing.
Right.
If you can't, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrapping them up and arm locking them is great. What do you do about the other guy kicking you in the head? That's the problem I have with that.
Yeah, exactly. But nobody can fight with multiple people at the time, because that's
absolutely not true, dude. That's just not
that's
true.
fictional. That's fictional.
No, it is not fictional, dude. It's not, man. Now, you're right. In the movies, when you see a 2-hour movie where a guy's just beat up 300 people in a row and dodged 85 machine guns, yeah, that's bullshit. But you should go sometime to something other than Aikido, but that uses the same kind of thing, and go to a demonstration, and you'll see how effective it is to use other people's body weight against them, and how you can, I have seen a guy in a parking lot one time take on about 20 people, and he was a really good martial artist. He didn't punch a single one of those people. He threw every one of those people around the parking lot. He would throw them in a half a second and then throw the next guy. Every once in a while, he'd do what I said. He'd push him into 1 or 2 guys and let him go. This guy spent 10 minutes essentially throwing around 20 people who got nowhere until they all gave up and went away and laughed. They're like, well, thanks for not really kicking our ass.
But Your Majesty, in a demonstration, people are coming at you in turns. But in real life, people just gonna
that's why I pointed out the parking
attack
lot
you
story.
at once, so you cannot save yourself.
That's not true. People do not behave that way. You would think they would, and that would be effective. But what generally happens is the tough guy goes first, and little weenies hang on to see what's going to happen. They don't all pile on the same guy at once. If that happens, they might very well lose. You're right, but that's not what happens in real life. In real life, you got 5 guys standing around hoping the tough guy takes them out, and they don't have to do anything. Yeah. And then you take that one guy out, and then the next toughest guy will show up, and then maybe the other 3 left over will try to do something a little bit together, but it just doesn't work that way in real life.
You're the one you're describing. It's like Jack Preacher kind of thing.
But it's real. It is Jack Preacher kind of thing, but it's real life. That's what happens.
Okay, I'm gonna post a fight from Jack Preacher. You guys can have an idea, but that's not true. How can I say?
Dude. Let me give you another example. I got in some road rage deal with 3 dudes one time, and I pulled over. They jumped out of their car. I jumped out of my car. What happened is you got 2 guys getting ready, off angles, getting ready to like wrestle me, and one guy coming up in front of my face. He tried to punch me. I blocked the punch, punched him in the face so fast, those other 2 guys said, okay, and they all jumped in their car and left. But those 3 guys absolutely wanted to kick my ass, and just the fact that their toughest guy was so unsuccessful so quickly, they all changed their mind and decided it wasn't worth it.
Okay, Jose and Buddy.
What is the latest on North Korea?
You tell us, buddy.
Check the video.
That's what I was wondering, if anybody heard the latest on North Korea.
I've seen Jack Preacher. I know the videos you're talking about, and that's actually why I brought that up. I was thinking about Jack Preacher when I was talking
about that. What can I say, Your Majesty? You're way more experienced than me, so maybe you're right, I'm wrong, because I'm just 26.
Well, I see, the funny thing about me, Packy, is I'm about 6 foot tall, but I'm thin, and I have a really boyish look. So people kind of think I'm big enough to where a big person can sort of attack me without looking like they're picking on a small person. But in their mind, they are 100% sure they're going to win, because in their mind they are picking on a small person just because I'm tall and thin and I look wimpy. So I've been attacked by a lot of bigger than me people in my life, and I've lived on the streets where it's violent and people are crazy, and I've also instigated some of my own fights, you know. But I've been in plenty of them, believe me. But I don't know. It's funny. Once you decide you don't want to be in that situation, you really don't have to be in any more fights. You know, you're kind of in that situation partially because you don't care and you kind of want to be in the fight anyway, or you kind of wouldn't be.
The best thing is to run.
My situation I just told you with the road rage. I didn't have to pull over in my car and challenge 3 dudes. I did it because I wanted.
Best thing is to run. HB, are you serious? The best thing is to run?
Yeah, run.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I am serious. If you're unarmed, or they're like a couple of guys and you're unarmed, the best thing is to run. Or if there is thing we call the tawakkul. Sometimes you just need to stand up, and that's called
Yeah.
tawakkul.
You're making me think of this scene in my mind in Thailand. My wife and I are driving down the road one time, and this dude comes down the road just running as fast as he fucking can. I'm like, honey, I wonder what that guy's running from. And about a half a second later, there's like 30 dudes with clubs running after this guy in the middle of this Bangkok street. I'm like, oh my fucking God, honey, I hope that guy can run fast, man. It was fucking crazy, dude. And I mean, they had clubs and, you know, all kinds. They're just, you could tell them dudes running after them were just fucking pissed off about something, man. It looked like maybe they raped somebody's sister. Who fucking knows? Come to find out later, it was just some rivalry between 2 technical colleges. And that's all it was. They didn't even know this guy. He hadn't done anything except he went to a different school. You know? Yeah, I hope they never caught that dude, because they would have pummeled the piss out of that fucking poor guy.
I'm gonna stand by my words. Best thing is to run, but if there is a situation where you see that the other person is gonna be victimized, and your involvement might gonna save his life or her life, or gonna save her or him, then I think that use tawakkul. Because I have a strong belief that life and death is in the hands of God. The night which is destined in your grave, you're not going to spend it in your house. The night which is destined in your house, you're not going to spend it in your grave. So we call this tawakkul. So I would say that sometimes even if you die, it would be an honorable death. Though I don't want to die, I'm just 26 and I'm a virgin. Plus, I haven't done anything right now, so that's
Well,
it.
don't die until you come over and meet the king, Packy. Definitely want to live for that.
Your Majesty, who knows? I'm going to tomorrow. Tomorrow is my flight, and I had a near-death experience. Like it was a couple of seconds. I just came out from a place. Like 16 or 20 seconds later, there was a bomb blast over there. Not just one bomb blast. There were like 2 or 3 attacks.
Did you buy a new pair of shoes for your shoe bomb?
Oh no! It wasn't like this. It was an attack at Peshawar District Courts.
No, I meant the shoe bomb you're bringing with you on the plane tomorrow.
Nah.
I always wanted to like dip my hands in gunpowder and stuff, so when I go to the airport, like they find it and then they freak out, like, "Oh my God, you have explosives on your hands!"
No, it's gonna panic a lot of people. So a lot of people are
fuck 'em, they
pretty
can get over
scared.
Okay, I'll try
You're-
this. I'll try this one more time. Has anybody heard the latest on North Korea?
No.
No.
Okay, what other reports?
Bill
They
O'Reilly.
caught the Facebook
Bill,
killer,
already
and
know about
some football star hung himself in jail.
yes, Bill
So the
O'Reilly was fired.
Bill O'Reilly, yeah, we
We've been
talked
through
about that. Now, the guy that they were looking for, he shot himself in the head, right?
Yes, he killed himself. A McDonald's clerk tipped the police.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what about the latest on the? Damn it! There's another terrorist act in, I want to say Cali. It was in Fresno.
Hacky, what the fuck are you doing to your mic?
Did you see the one in Fresno?
I did, but I didn't see much about it. Some guy that hates white people killed 3 of them or something.
Yes, yes, in California, right?
Yeah, well, I watched another interview about the one in Fresno. They're trying to kind of cover up the terrorist part of it, making it look racial. But on the other side of the tracks, they're saying it is terrorist related.
Yes, he was chanting Muhammad and Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. He was chanting Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar.
Yeah.
There's a guy on the YouTube channel here that hates a lot of white people that are on the voice chat.
You see, it's the media causing the racial divide once again. They love it.
He
And
goes
then
by the name of Lysurge.
and then and then your special funders for all these groups. That's what's causing the big racial divide thing again.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that either.
They love it. They love it, man. I didn't ever see that when I was younger. I really didn't. I didn't see the big picture. But
everything's about the victim, whether it's the LGBT victims or the black victims. Everybody's a fucking victim of something.
Or the dreamers and this and that and that. You know, in other words, what does that all tell you in a nutshell, though? The American people come last.
Tells you the American people have become pussies. They're afraid to discipline their own children. They're afraid to tell people they're doing something wrong.
Well,
they're afraid to say you're not a victim, you were a dumbass. You know, we all become these cuckold pussies. You know,
I mean,
not all of us, but society in general.
It just looks like everybody that's been in place in all of these offices, you know, divisions, even in the states. Not even talking about DC. It just seems like. As I see all the interviews now and all these people are coming out of the woodwork that have been in charge of all these organizations and divisions having to do from everything from immigration down to even the sanctuary cities, which are all over everywhere. Who was that just dropped out?
Tommy.
Oh, okay. It just seems to me like, I mean, I kind of all knew it was going on, but it's really weird when you actually see it and hear it and figure out what their job positions were. And then it connects the dots for me. Now I understand why in that state, all those things. Oh, now I understand this and that. And here's the people that's been behind that shit, you know? And so it's been a real eye awakener for me.
Richard, you're talking about pussies? We got pussy government here in Ontario, man. They've allowed the public schools here to stop public school during the day to allow these Muslims to have their prayers.
Well, there you go. In other words,
okay.
Canada last, foreign interest first.
This is totally fucking wrong.
Well, they claim it's a religion thing, but that's not what it really is when you dig deep enough.
Well, public school, there's supposed to be no religion in public school to begin with. And, you know, this is just the beginning of this shit, you know, and I see where it's going.
That's been going on here too, Joel. I totally disagree with it. Well, I can go all the way back to, I think I've said it in here before, you know, in the factories and everything. We're not allowed to even wear. We're not allowed to even wear our wedding bands because it might get caught in a machine when we're working on a machine. But the Muslims can run around with their headbands on and red rubies. The India girl, red rubies on their foreheads. This, that, and the other. I mean, they always had special privileges here anyway.
Yeah, look,
I don't know why they continue to push when they actually have more rights than we got.
I don't have a problem with
Exactly. Now, buddy, I'm going to give you an example. A lot of people in the Marine Corps, they kind of commit suicide due to hazing. And but last year, a Pakistani recruit committed suicide, but it was all over the media. I'm not saying that it shouldn't have come over on the media, but what about those other kids who kind of commit suicide during their boot camp? So they don't get that kind of attention. But the boy was a Pakistani, and he was a Muslim, so he got like full coverage. And the Congress woman from his district, I think, she wrote a letter to commandant of the Marine Corps. So you are right. They get special treatment. I would say we get special treatment.
Yeah, they always have, Packy. I mean, God, remember, I'm only 29, but I mean, as far back as I can remember, it's always been like that too, even in the early stages of all this stuff. So, it intrigues me that you actually see that too, Packy. That kind of intrigues me because I'm not racist or anything. I'm just telling it like it is. I mean, it's been in my everyday life. I've watched it.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
It's just a fact. It's just a fact. And so I think America, even on the most honest way I could say it, has gone out of their way to allow them to assemble here. You know, and they've just totally taken advantage of it. I mean,
right.
People are exploiting it. That's true. People are exploiting the too much freedom, too much being nice, too much political correctness, too much fear of being called a racist. People are exploiting that a lot.
Taking advantage. They're
Taking advantage, or not just advantage. People are exploiting it. See, people are using it for their vexatious and frivolous goals. So
it amazes me to hear you even say the things I hear you say, Packy. The fact that you see it intrigues me.
Why would I not see it?
That's why we love HP.
Well, I'm just telling you. Well, you got the perfect name. You know, if I got the perfect avatar, then you got the perfect name because, I mean, it intrigues me that you see those things. I mean, how long have you been in the States, Packy?
2 years.
It intrigues me that you actually see that clearly things that have taken me years to form an opinion about it. It kind of intrigues me.
Really, buddy, it's actually Ronan. Ronan programmed me with a lot of data, so I know things.
So he's had good programming along with the bad programming.
Yeah, you're right. By the way, where is Ronan? Where is my creator?
He's riding his bicycle.
I don't know, man. Yeah. Okay, what is this stuff here? This is.
What's wrong with our Lord, Armando?
He's delivering Bibles to the needy.
I don't think anything. I didn't know anything was wrong. Actually. What do you mean, Peggy? Is something wrong? You think?
Armando was very angry yesterday, last night on Grizz.
It's called taking the trash out, Packy.
What happened?
No, Armando was angry on Grizz because he said Jesus was white, and Armando started with his white phobia. And
I don't think it was just about that, though. There's been a lot of stuff going on. I think you get to a certain point where it's just time to take out the trash.
Well, so what happened? He kicked Grizz out or something?
No. Grizz is. We have Grizz in these hangouts.
He's kind of a conspiracy theory nut, but he's all right.
I like Grizz. He knows a lot about Bible.
Yeah, I get along with Grizz okay, even though we may see things totally.
But Grizz has his own phobia. Grizz has an American phobia. He blames everything.
Right.
He blames everything on the U.S. and.
But see, if you were to say that to him, he'd go, and just where did you come up with that? Why do you blame me for that?
That's right. That's right. But
right.
I like.
In this case, he's saying that's wrong. That's wrong.
I like Grizz, man.
Right.
Grizz is good.
He's not here to defend himself.
Right.
And Grizz is too young.
I get along with him just fine. You know, it's just I have to respect his opposite views that I have. You know.
No, but sometimes Grizz, this American phobia and Trump phobia is.
I have to be honest with you, Packy. That shit really does get to me, man. It really. And I have to, I have to regroup myself. In other words, it's time to walk outside and smoke a cigarette sometimes, man.
Okay, buddy. Do you remember I was telling you that Trump is coming up with this executive order? It's gonna restrict the H-1B1 visa category. The people who needs jobs over here, their jobs are taken by foreign immigrants.
There's a lot of There's a lot of.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Yeah,
Trump signed it yesterday. Yesterday he signed it.
But there's exploitation that surrounds that in several categories, and he's aware of that, and that's why I saw that today.
And it's been going on for the past 6 decades, and nobody even bothered. Nobody bothered to do it.
Thank you.
Because Indians and
how do you know these fucking things, man?
I don't know it because I was working with a security guard, and he's a software engineer, but he says that I cannot get a job because people here they import.
No, I'm saying, where do you get your in other words, in my opinion, the resources that you get your interpretation from analyzing things that are going on in the U.S. to me are amazing. That you've only been here 2 years, and you seem to most of the time hit things pretty accurately.
Really, Freddie?
Really?
I'm not, so
okay,
it means that I'm not that stupid.
No, I'm telling you, man. I put credit where credit is due. I mean.
Oh my God, Ronan, wherever you are, wherever you will be, I will always be thankful to you for creating this good system in me, Ronan. Thank you, Ronan.
But aren't you intrigued sometimes too, Richard? I mean, even in other words, I could even go this far. If somebody comes here from another country, that's kind of like, maybe the last thing on their mind. They're trying to get adapted. They're trying to do this, do that, just, figure out what they're going to do in their life instead of, I'm really amazed at the way you see things, in my opinion, fairly accurately. It's kind of amazing.
But
it's pretty sharp, yeah.
Buddy, it's obvious. See, I come from a different culture, and I am in a very minute minority. So obviously, I'm gonna adapt and evolve with you guys instead of asking you guys to change and accept my things, because that's irrelevant. Because 10 people cannot change for just one person unless or until the rest of the 10 people are so wrong and that one guy is right. So it's obvious.
I'll tell you another thing that upsets me a lot that most people don't know. When I hear people like LaSurge, I wouldn't care if all the Americans died tomorrow by a nuclear bomb, blah blah blah, and maybe Grizz sometime. What makes me mad about that is, number one, do they not understand that our government has sold us out too? They've sold us out too. So I don't know why they hate the civilians of America that had nothing to fucking do with that shit. We're upset at what our own government has done to us. The corruption, paid, everybody lining their pockets. They're selling out America, exactly opposite of what they're in office to do. They're supposed to be fighting for this country first, far and above anything else. That's why they're supposed to be there. But no, they've sold us out. Took all our jobs, took this, took that, did this, left an open border while they're lying to the American people for decades that we have a secure border. I mean, that's what ails me when people start saying that. And I'm like, believe it or not, motherfucker, you don't have a fucking clue about what you're talking about. Why are you hating on us, motherfucker? We're mad at them too, That, so it just, that really gets to me when I hear the bashing. It's like me bashing the civilian life of Canada because LaSurge lives there. You know what I mean? I mean, it's so biased. I guess the bias part of it is.
Lyserge once said that I asked Lyserge that do all the Canadians think the same way you do? He said yes, Paki, they do. And then I asked the same question from DeMello, and DeMello says, "Man, you know what? I don't know what to say." So
Miller probably told you he's never even met a son of a bitch like him. So there you go. I mean, but yet he's the one that says everybody else is lying all the time. But he'll lie out of his teeth every damn thing he types in YouTube chat.
But I feel bad about. I feel bad for him. See, he's been out all alone.
Yeah, it's beyond that with me. I got no pity for him.
Canadians, man. I told you guys that before.
On a side note, the king went down to look at his wallpaper, and they got a little bit done, and it fucking matches the table fantastic. You guys are gonna shit at how good it looks.
That's good, man. That makes up for the time loss now that you know it's gonna look good.
Yeah, not so much, but I'll be happy tomorrow.
Okay, can you guys give me some kind of loop on Bill O'Reilly? What that was a real thing or bad that just made up?
I'm not going to elaborate yet. I don't know how much of what is true at this point. So
I will say this: when Michael Jackson came along and settled out of court, Bill O'Reilly said on his show that if I was innocent, I would never settle out of court. He settled out of court once already. Now they have another $13 million settlement out of court. So you can make your own decision. Yes.
So he was involved in it, right?
I would think so.
Well, now those settlements have a lot of extenuating circumstances that surround it, whether you go to the right or the left with lawsuits. So, but for the
that's true. But he said, if I was innocent, I will never settle a lawsuit. So either he's a liar or he did it. So take your choice.
Man, yeah, I'm not defending him either way. He probably has done a little bit of that. But let's not deny one thing. In those organizations, and I've been close enough to them to know that all of them are sucking and fucking each other. You know what I mean? So when they come up with a lawsuit, come on, give me a fucking break. You're gonna sue me now, and you sucked 3 dicks last month. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, maybe.
No, so you means like in these channels, everybody's sleeping with each other?
Kelly. Look at Megan Kelly. I mean, you know, the slimy, sleazy stuff she did along the way, and then she wants to holler. Roger Ailes is, you know, man. Look,
HP. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
yeah. But
Where's this smoke? Is this fire?
so I'm saying that there's a lot more of that than even gets brought to the forefront. It just depends on which is.
Buddy, I want to ask something. I just don't understand. Richard Buddy DeMello, because you guys have spent more time over here than me, and Canada is almost the same thing. We used to, I used to observe that because in a working environment, guys, when they are when the women who work with them, they're not around, they used to talk like dirty about them, that she's hot and she gives me a hard on all day, and I would do anything to bone her, and this kind of stuff used to I used to observe this back in Pakistan, and
Right.
I thought that only we Pakistanis, and because we are more backward and conservative, and we don't have that many women around us, that's why we kind of everybody's desperate and they have this lust all the time. But the strange thing is that here it's the same thing.
That's right.
Like I was like totally shocked like 2 days ago that in that construction site there's a girl, and one of the superintendent was talking to another guy, and she was standing, and he said that she is so hot. So I just thought that he's
Can
just.
I take this opportunity to use your story as to verify what I just said about Bill O'Reilly and the news organizations? If you think that's bad, get around those organizations. It goes on 10 times worse than that, because they're trying to climb the ladder from sexual acts.
Yeah.
But buddy, uh, 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 the worst thing is that guy is married, and the woman is also married. The one who he was talking to,
HP.
and
HP
and
in Hollywood they have the casting couch. Okay, if you know.
yes, I know about the casting
Okay.
couch.
All right.
But see, what is wrong is wrong. So
Welcome to the real world.
Yeah. After hours.
In other words, when I hear these lawsuits, now you know why, Packy.
Welcome to After Hours with Buddy and King
Yeah,
Richard.
I just don't run with those stories, because kind of the way I'm not saying all the time, okay? I'm not saying all the time.
I think people shouldn't have relationships where they work. Not at all.
It's human nature, man.
I got another question. Why are they always suing each other anyway?
I don't know.
If you don't like what you're around, why don't you just leave?
Right.
Why are they always suing each other? There's a lot more to these stories than meets the eye. That's all I'll say.
But, buddy, if generally women are harassed, I would say women are harassed.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
You can see. Okay, let me give you an example. I was walking on a floor in a hotel, and the funny thing is that when I used to go to these hotels and everything, I used to wear a cologne, and I have a really nice a collection of colognes. So
Is that part
in
of your
short.
programming too?
Oh, that's what Rodent programmed me. So, in short, I used to smell really good. So, what happened? I was walking on this floor, though I stopped going to these hotels, but I was walking on this floor, and there was two women, and they passed by, and the one said to the another one that he smells good. So they both laughed and went inside. So my story is that I'm a guy. It's a compliment for me. But if it was a girl, that's like kind of like harassment. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so I think maybe I'm not, maybe I'm wrong, but I
No, you're
think
not wrong.
women
You're
are
not wrong.
harassed. People
So
people we men have this
Let me
lust.
give let me give you another side of it, though, Packy. I
what are you
did
saying?
watch all of that go
Double
on a whole
standard?
lot. Go ahead, DeMilla.
What are you saying then, HB? It's a double standard or what?
See, I don't know, but how should see? Sometimes it is very intriguing for me to to see things. Then it is more intriguing to understand that why are things the way they are. So I normally learn by asking questions from people because
Well,
so
let me give you another viewpoint, and then you just kind of through the years and see what you come up with, and you're going to see it differently now because now in America we have all these divisions that make you take classes when you're at these factories of sexual harassment, and you will be amazed at what actually stipulates sexual harassment. It could be the way I just look at somebody. I don't have to say or do anything. Now, on the other side of the fence, Packy, I got to be honest with you. I hear the women talking about the men when they're in their little break room too. Okay.
Right.
In other words, I hear them say it all just like the men do. And if we lie to ourselves and really believe that those women are not doing the same exact thing as the men, we're just lying to ourselves. They're sitting around talking about, I wonder how big, I wonder how long his dick is. I wonder if he knows how to do me right. Blah, 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 blah. You know, I mean,
but that's different. See, that's different. Uh, a man
no,
cannot be.
not as far as policy and law. It is not different.
Yes, you're right. It goes to the same. It goes to the infamous lawsuit
Right.
where a man was raped by by his own boss,
But let me say it to you
and that
another
boss
way too,
was a woman, and they brought up this lawsuit, and the prosecution refused
yeah.
to do it. That how can a grown-up man can be raped, and and he said that circumstances made him to be submissive, and she kept on raping him because definition of rape is that like taking
Against your will.
against your will. So it was against my will, but due to the circumstances, I was that that established the coercion. I'm going to give you the reference of that lawsuit. There was a very famous lawsuit.
Yeah. On the other side of the tracks, what always bugged me about all that stuff was, are we really going to lie to ourselves when we're 20 years old? Being as I'm only 29. When we're 20 years old and we're running around talking to the guys about the hot chicks, give me a break, man. Is it now? I'm not saying directly to the women. Carry yourself with respect, but it's called locker room talk. You know, I mean, if you're with the guys, are you really gonna be so oppressed from policy and law that you can't talk about how hot a chick is? You know what I'm saying? And these sexual harassment classes, that the ones that I've been to, that they got them at all the factories. You got to go to them once a year, and so I've argued with the and it's always women teaching the class too. And I've argued with them, and I said, so you're telling me that if I just look at her walking down the hall, if she felt, in other words, you don't have to do anything. If the woman claims to any representative that she felt uncomfortable with anything that you did, whether it was intentional or not. That is considered sexual harassment. And I argued that point. I said, I don't give a fuck what your policies is saying. That's not sexual harassment. In other words, if I have to walk on eggshells around my employees and I have to worry about every little tiny thing and the way I look at them and every little tiny syllable I say, then you can go to hell on all your policies. I'm not going to carry myself like that, nor was I raised. That ain't my America, brother. That's not my America right there. In other words, if I can't talk to a woman, I've been talking to chicks in bars and everywhere else all my life. And for them to stipulate that, you know, they can basically say and do whatever they want to do and everything's okay because you're a guy. And then if you even look at them like, you know, you're surprised how good looking they are or something, or if you just look at her and nod your head like, how you doing? They can turn around and say, well, he nodded his head at me like he wanted to have sex with me instead of, hey, how you doing? See, that's where I disagree with that sexual harassment stuff. You know, it's all about the victim. It's all set up for the victim with no rights to the supposed perpetrator. And I just don't agree with a lot of it. Why should I have to not freely be able to talk to a female as long as I am not offending her in an honest fashion?
If you smile at her, is that considered a sexual assault as well?
No.
She can say that you smiled at her in an unusual way and she felt uneasy, and that is considered sexual harassment.
But there are some creepy smiles. You're not gonna deny that.
Let me tell you something that happened to me in real life. Did I tell you about the cookie story?
Yeah,
no.
But a smile is not like grabbing her fucking ass. It's
But
just a fucking smile.
But see, where
Here, hey, Packy, let me say one last thing.
Man,
if
I would argue that
way they
court,
are,
man.
if they're that sensitive, they should not be in that environment.
You got that right, buddy.
And that's the way I see that. But anyway, just to let you know, I was at a factory one time. I'll never forget this. So I was in fixing a machine. They had these temporary girls working through a temporary job agency. And come to find out, it was a scam. Her and her sister was doing the same thing. But anyway, so while I was fixing the machine, I was eating these damn little, well, they call them duplex cookies. And I was eating cookies. I wasn't supposed to have food out on the floor, really, but they never said anything to me. I was sitting there eating cookies while I was fixing the machine. And she goes, hey, let me have one of those cookies. And I said, well, this is my last one. But if you want some of these cookies, I said, I'll buy you some. She said, oh, wow, that'd be great. I went into the fucking break room and bought her, I think they were 50 cents. I bought her them cookies. I didn't think nothing else about it. After I got the machine running, I went back in there and took her those cookies. Next thing I know, I'm up in the fucking front office and she's trying to say I was sexually harassing her. Now they laughed it off. They knew damn well they knew me. They knew that the girl, and come to find out, her and her sister was trying to sue somebody to get money. Her sister was doing the same thing to another maintenance guy. So it was a scam, and they caught them doing it. But I'm just telling you, that's what happened to me in real life. Hey, and if you don't believe it, I fucking come home and told Crystal. This has been in the last 8 years.
I believe you, buddy. I believe everything you say, man.
I'll be Crystal in here right now. I don't hide anything from her. I am who I am, Packy. I don't live a bullshit life. I came home and told her, I said, you're not going to fucking believe what happened today. I mean, they caught them, you know, and they fired them. But I'm just telling you, man, they can claim any damn thing. You know, that's why I don't believe half these lawsuit and sexual harassment charges.
But as His Majesty said that why would he settle a lawsuit, a settlement?
Because for 10 other categories of his life, it may be better and cheaper to do it. No matter what he said 10 years ago. Now, I'll make a statement right now. I was raised to go to my grave to stand up for what is right and what is the truth. I was raised that no matter what, don't you ever back down if it's the truth. But I may have a situation come up in my life to where I want to leave my children with my wife without a daddy, and I may just agree to do something else, even though I was raised that way. Who the fuck is running water?
HP is.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Man, what are you doing?
I'm taking a piss.
Dishes.
My God.
I'm taking a leak.
Hey, don't feel bad. Grizz was in the bathtub the other night on Hangout.
Oh,
I heard the water and stuff. I said, Grizz, what's that water? He says, oh, I'm in the bathtub right now. I went, my God, man. Oh, yeah. And Lewis, you know Lewis?
Oh, he took a dump.
Yeah, he was sitting there taking that. And then he even shot a quick clip of his ass when he got up off the toilet. I mean, hey, you see it all right here in Armando Vargas.
Sorry,
right
guys.
Sorry,
guys.
In
Sorry,
America.
guys.
America.
Sorry, guys. When nature calls. When nature calls.
That's okay, man. It didn't sound like he had a real. Never mind. But I'm just telling you, Packy, I'm real funny on the sexual harassment stuff because, number one, now that I've been to those classes, it's mandatory. You got to go to the classes if you work in the corporation. And I've disagreed with a lot of the stuff they said in there. Now you're walking.
No, I'm just walking.
Right. Are you walking on gravel?
Kind of.
Right. Kind of. What the hell does that mean? You either are on gravel or you are not on gravel.
No, it is kind of gradual. Buddy.
You a piss outside?
No, it's a
porta
toilet.
potty. It was a porta potty.
Porta potty?
Yeah. Was it a portable outside one?
Yeah, I came to the construction site to take a piss.
Right. Wait, let's see. I'm gonna make a guess. It can be any color. Say blue or green.
It is kind of green.
Yeah. I was right.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
That's right.
That's right.
But yeah, all these subjects are interesting. Hey, man, it's always interesting to me to hear everybody's viewpoints. It really is.
Buddy. I'm so glad to meet Buddy on this chats. So glad.
Packy, that makes me proud to be an American. I'm glad you're happy to meet me, man. Most people are not too happy to meet me, to be quite honest.
I'm so happy to meet each and everyone. Sometimes King Richard it gives me this feeling that he's very cold because he says, fuck them and fuck them. Who gives a shit about them? Nobody cares about them. But I think King Richard is not a bad person too. He too is a good person.
I think he's been fucked in the ass too much.
I don't give a fuck about any of that shit, dude. I just want to sit under my mango tree, have a couple of beers, bang some hookers and my wife. Why should I give a fuck about all you assholes and your fucking problems? The king really doesn't fucking care.
I told you, he took one too many, man.
I think
actually the statement he just made, Packy, I'm really right at that phase of my life. I mean, you know, maybe not literally, but I mean, I'm kind of that way, man. I just kind of want to sit up under a palm tree and chill out and write music, or do the things I always wanted to do that I couldn't do because of the things I had to do.
I want to go back to the days. During the Civil War, Packy, that women and people that weren't fighting used to set up picnics next to the battlefield just as entertainment to watch the battle. I want to be that guy, enjoying his martini, and having his fucking 5-star meal, enjoying watching all these other assholes run around and kill each other. I don't give a fuck about any of those fucking assholes. I just want to have a good time.
But Your Majesty's Civil War was bad.
Hence why he's in Thailand, because he really doesn't give a fuck. I'm just
not trying.
Somebody said that Richard is probably running away from prosecution, or he did something. That's why he's in Thailand.
Richard doesn't give a fuck.
That's right. And somebody else said, "Are you one of those, pedophiles that go to Thailand, have sex with children?" And my response was, "No, but I wish I was. Unfortunately, I have enough morals not to do that." But unfortunately for me, 15-year-old girls are a little bit too young.
Oh my God. I remember the first time I spoke to His Majesty King Richard, and I hated him, and I sent him a message that "fuck you," and I said really bad stuff. I said, and His Majesty was trolling me. He was like humiliating. He said, "Why you guys even?"
Did you hear Richard just lie again, Packy?
You'd be surprised how many emails I get like that, Packy. More than one.
But then I realized that His Majesty is not a bad person.
That's right. I'm the fucking most fabulous king on the entire fucking internet. Of course I'm not.
I guess when you compare him to Charles Manson, he's not that bad.
Exactly. It's a comparative world. You can always find somebody worse than you.
Richard's good people, man.
Oh, yeah.
But
I try to bring awareness through harshness and irony. That's what I do.
But Your Majesty, if you remember that once you...
I usually try to do that same thing, but through physical features.
Okay, Your Majesty, do you remember that once you invited your wife on the panel, and there was some guys, they were making fun because she had an accent, and then you told us that, then you told them that she's an executive, and she started everything from scratch, and still people judge her and this and that. So
yeah, her parents were, minimum wage, basically slave workers at a shoe factory. She worked her way through college, got a master's degree in business, opened up 3 of her own businesses, and now she's an executive at Pandora Jewelry Company, which I don't know if you ever seen them in the malls, but it's a big ass fucking company, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it is funny, just the fact that somebody has a funny accent and doesn't speak English well, all of a sudden they're assumed to be unsuccessful and stupid by the unsuccessful and stupid.
So, Packy, if I meet Shotgun up here, you think he's going to try to kill me, man?
No, I don't think Shotgun is that kind of a guy.
You don't think they named him Shotgun because he likes shotguns? He'll pull a shotgun and shoot?
No. Shotgun
See,
is
now with Shotgun, being a Marine and all, but being so old and his health so bad, he would be a guy that you could just run away from and he could never catch you back.
Right. Yeah, but see, while he's walking slowly to his truck, just remember, you better hurry up and get into the woods so the trees will be blocking the bullets.
Exactly.
But if you want to meet Shotgun, meet him in a public place where you feel safe.
No, man, I'm just joking, Packy. I'll meet him down
Because
here.
you won't know. Do you know Chris Kyle? He was he was helping this guy, and he turned out to be the person who killed him.
Right. It might be a never-ending quest of shotguns to kill an old Southern redneck boy.
So, Packy, do you think if you came to visit me that I'd like be a completely different person and we'd be going to the temples and praying instead of the ping pong ball show?
No. I think you're kind of a person who wants to live his life to the fullest. So no,
Amen.
you're not that kind of a person who would go and waste time in the temples.
That's right. Unless they had ping pong ball shows, then I'd go.
I don't know what ping pong ball shows are, but
Oh, well, the girls they'll load their pussies up with four or five ping pong balls, and then they'll squirt the ping pong balls out of their pussies, and you try to catch them in your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking great, dude. They bounce off your head. They're hard to catch. You spill your beer trying to get one.
Do you guys really eat pussy for real, or it's just in the porn?
I plead the fifth.
Eat pussy? Hell, I'll stick my tongue right up their asshole. What are you kidding me?
Yeah. I thought this thing was just made up for porn.
No.
Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back.
No. If your face don't look like a glazed donut when you're done, you ain't doing it right. That's what my dad told
me. That's pretty good. If your face doesn't look like a glazed donut when you get done, you're not doing it right. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, these little sissies, they just try to use their tongue and don't get their face in, and they have no idea.
You've really got to put the whole face in, I mean.
Well, you do. You got to use the nose and everything.
Right. I try to use my chin a lot, too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kidding, man.
DeMello, he's just kind of quiet over there. He doesn't want to release any of his tricks to the general public.
DeMello's got some really good things he could tell us, I'm sure.
I'm sure he can.
I can, but I'm not going to elaborate at this time in the night.
Wait until
the Portuguese sex mafia would track him down and kill him for giving away the countrywide secrets.
I'm not going to tell you about the two lesbians. I went to their place the one night.
I already know. You told me the story, so I know. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Back when I was not very good at eating pussy, I ate a girl's pussy and she fell asleep while I was doing it. And then she gave me shit. She gave me shit for like a year about that. I fell asleep while you're eating my pussy. Like, well,
you don't get the
fucking tired. What do you want?
Sorry, you don't get the glazed donut award.
I'm telling you, that's for sure. Not that day. Yeah, it's not like the opera where the people in the opera really are proud if they put people to sleep. It's kind of the opposite of that.
Man, I like that glazed donut story there, Richard.
Well, thank you. Yeah, you can thank my dad. It came from him.
Yeah, your old man, he taught you well, eh?
Yeah, I guess. And my mom was really sexual, and my dad really wasn't. And my mom was always jumping his bones. After dinner, she'd go jump in his chair, and he'd be like, "Oh, get away from me," sort of.
My old man wouldn't tell me something like that in a million years, buddy.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, growing up in that era too, man. After when the AIDS thing came around, I had two friends that died. I think I told you this. I asked my other friend, I said, "Well, how did that happen?" He's like, "Dude, it's the fucking 70s. We didn't know. We're out, doing cocaine, having orgies, fucking everybody. And it just happened, What do you do?" My girlfriend was in this one town in Alaska where they're famous for making trains. They try to get as many kids together as they can, you know, all eating each other's pussies and fucking in some big line. You know, that's like their thing, to see how many they can get in a line fucking each other. You know? Then AIDS came along and destroyed the fucking party. Fuckers. What do you do? They find, you know, that's the thing. They find a cure for AIDS, the fucking population would fucking explode. You know, people be out celebrating and fucking each other, and all kinds of girls be getting pregnant. I'm telling you, we need to get a cure for that shit, and the fucking will start again. Hopefully before I'm like 60. Back it up. Do you think there'd be more pregnancies if there was no AIDS, buddy? I do. I think there'd be a lot more.
The fear factor would probably be gone, which would probably aid and abet more sexual activity.
And so would the condom things. Like today, kids think fucking without a condom is gross and nasty because of AIDS. So if you get rid of the condom, you can't help but have more fucking babies. You know?
Right. Which brings, I could take that whole situation into immigration on top of the explosion of population that naturally happens. It's got to be regulated, man. It's all got to be regulated for, if nothing else, economic purposes.
Well, if we start running out of like not enough children for Social Security, we should just legalize rape against illegal aliens. That might help.
Come on now, Richard.
Oh,
they're not supposed to be here anyway, DeMello. I mean,
no,
how
man.
can you rape somebody that's not supposed to be here?
No, no, I'm sorry. Okay, so there is I saw it in Congress, man. She was talking to Congress. There is a lady in charge of a division just for that, for illegals. So our tax dollars are also paying a totally separate division to defend illegals that have been abused. Can you believe that shit?
And I'm not sure that's true, Anders. AIDS isn't necessarily a primarily faggot disease, but I think that oftentimes people that get AIDS get it from someone who had some kind of homosexual activity. But I think there's a lot of girls, especially in the black community, that don't realize their boyfriends were fucking each other in prison, and they're, you know, doing this down low gay stuff. So it may like come from that, but not everybody that gets AIDS gets it from being a faggot. They get it from, you know, women get it from some girl who got it from homosexual activity. But
do you remember when all that first got started? Did they ever actually find the host? Was it the guy that was in a foreign country and then came over here on an airplane and all that stuff?
I don't know if they ever proved it, but I think people believe that. I don't know.
Right. I don't, because the story kind of dropped off.
Right.
And I never heard anything else about it.
And it's mutated. I mean, now they've got, you know, it's like herpes. I think there's like 10 different kinds of herpes now. There used to be one. There's a bunch of different strains of AIDS. It gets trickier every year to figure it out. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. So I'm kind of glad my, yeah, and I'll leave the rest alone, man. I'll just put it to you this way. I'm a lucky son of a bitch.
Well, I know. You're lucky all those lady boys you were with in the Philippines didn't have it.
I know it. I was just, I'm so lucky. Just so fortunate. You got no idea.
I had a friend that used to wear a t-shirt when he went out to the bars to pick up girls that said, "I don't have herpes." And it was funny for a while, but he's really a pretty decent guy. And then he realized that, hey, there's a lot of people with herpes that I might be offending, and he stopped wearing it. But it was kind of funny when he wore it for a while.
Yeah, it's really strange out there nowadays.
I don't even give a fuck about her. What is it? It's a skin rash. Who fucking cares? What am I gonna not get some pussy because I might get a few bumps on my fucking balls or something? I don't care. Whatever. When I was younger, I met this really hot-looking girl. Wanted to have sex with her. She says, "Well, I have the clap." I said, "I don't even know what the fucking clap is, but I don't even care. You know, I'll figure out what the clap is later. Let's fuck. You know, whatever."
Now you guys know we got a new YouTube stream. I guess a Hangout stream will be coming up shortly too, I guess.
All right.
But yeah, man. So yeah, I count my blessings. I know that.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I had I don't know. I got this scabies thing one time from this girl when I was like 15 or something. And I was so like embarrassed about it. I let it go so long that it's like my dick was about ready to fall off before I told my mom, and she brought me to the doctor. And then they put this cream on it, and like 2 days later it's gone. Right. I'm like, what in the fuck? I waited like a month where it just getting worse and worse and hurting more and more. And I'm like, oh my God, you know? And the worst thing was my mom made me show it to her. She's like, well, let me see. I'm like, come on, you know, I don't want to show you. She's oh my God, she fucking drags me to the fucking doctor. Oh my God. If you wouldn't go around fucking those girls, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Well, you got to speak up on stuff like that because it's in our nature to not say anything anyway.
Right. Especially if you're fucking 15 and you have to show your mom your dick. Are you kidding me? Of course I'm not going to fucking
That's
say
a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
What was it hard? Hard thing to do, really.
No, my dick was so fucked up. If it got hard, it like split it. You know, it's like a big infection. You couldn't even get a fucking erection.
Right. Just the psychological part of showing your mom it was probably the limpest noodle you ever had.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. My mom should have said, "Why didn't you say something earlier? What the fuck is wrong with you?"
I'm surprised you didn't go, oh my God, surely you have more than